Chapter 3247. Realm Lord Jiuxian was extremely arrogant. Of course, he had the right to be arrogant. Because he was too powerful. He had only cultivated for 30 million years, but he had already stepped into the Saint Emperor realm, and his lifespan was still very long. In the future, he might have the possibility of reaching the immortal realm. On the other hand, the old emperor of the human race. Although his cultivation was very strong, he had already reached the end of his life. Cultivators could not resist the erosion of time. The old emperor's bloodline had withered. In the eyes of Realm Lord Jiuxian, he was no longer as strong as before. Old emperor of the human race, I will trample you under my feet, step on your bones, and reach immortality step by step. Realm Lord Jiuxian walked step by step toward the old emperor of the human race. His words were full of disrespect for the old emperor of the human race. It was full of sarcasm. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures were all filled with righteous indignation. Realm Lord Jiuxian was too hateful. He actually humiliated the old emperor of the human race like this. It was simply infuriating. Lin Feng had a deep relationship with the old emperor of the human race. His expression was also extremely gloomy. He wished he could kill Realm Lord Jiuxian with a punch. But there was nothing he could do. Lin Feng knew that his strength was limited. Now, he could only watch as experts of the Saint Emperor level fought. 9 rotation indestructible slash. Suddenly, Realm Lord Jiuxian attacked, and his body split into 9. Then, he quickly flew toward the old emperor of the human race. In midair, the 9 realm lords turned into peerless killing lights. They swept toward the old emperor of the human race. When Realm Lord Jiuxian attacked, his body emitted a terrifying fluctuation. After feeling the fluctuation in Realm Lord Jiuxian's body, many people couldn't help but feel their souls tremble involuntarily. This was a kind of soul pressure. Realm Lord Jiuxian was simply too powerful. That was why he caused such a powerful soul pressure on many cultivators. Kill. Realm Lord Jiuxian's deep voice suddenly sounded. 9 peerless killing lights instantly arrived in front of the old emperor of the human race, wanting to kill him. Human. Tao. God. Fist. The old emperor of the human race attacked. He unleashed an ultimate technique. Since there was the heavenly Tao, naturally, there were also people. The human Tao encompassed a myriad of things, such as the way to conduct oneself, the inheritance of a family, the way of a ruler and his subjects, the way of father and son, and so on. All of these belong to the human Tao. The old human emperor had comprehended the supreme human Tao and created the human Tao divine fist. That peerless and invincible fist swept out. It directly shattered 8 of the killing lights. These killing lights were formed by phantoms. After the 8 killing lights were shattered, only 1 ray of killing light remained. As for the remaining killing light, this was the true body of the 9 mysterious Realm Lord. Bang! The 2 sides collided. The 9 mysteries Realm Lord was sent flying. On the other hand, the old emperor of the human race did not take a single step back. The 9 mysteries Realm Lord turned back to his original body, his expression gloomy. Just now, his words were mocking the old emperor of the human race. They were full of contempt and disdain for the old emperor of the human race. But now, he was forced to retreat by the old emperor of the human race. This was simply a slap in the face. However, he had slapped himself in the face. Cough, cough, cough. The old emperor of the human race coughed violently. His body was in a very bad condition. The human race's old emperor was not only old. Furthermore, he was injured all the time. Back then, Lin Feng wanted to use his immortal elixir to treat the old emperor of the human race's injuries. However, the old emperor of the human race refused. Because the old emperor of the human race's injuries were very special. Even the immortal elixir could not recover. The immortal elixir was not omnipotent most of the time. Although it could heal injuries, some very special injuries, such as the old emperor of the human race's injuries, such as Lord Turtle's injuries, could not be healed. Not only is he old, but he is also sick. The 9 mysteries Realm Lord's voice was cold, and an even more terrifying magic power surged out of his body. Today, I will let you have a taste of my unique skill, Blood Wheel Destruction. The 9 mysteries Realm Lord's low voice resounded between heaven and earth. Then behind him, suddenly, endless black fog gushed out from it. The black fog covered the void. It made that world. It turned into a dark world. In the dark world, unexpectedly, a huge blood-red halo of light appeared. Looking carefully, that huge blood-colored halo turned out to be a blood-colored wheel. It was a huge blood-colored wheel. Rumble, rumble, rumble. That huge blood-colored wheel began to spin. Crack, crack, crack. As the huge blood-red wheel started to spin, something shocking happened. One could see. The void began to crack inch by inch. An invisible force surged out of the blood-colored wheel and quickly rushed towards the old emperor of the human race. The crack in the void was only caused by that invisible force. The old emperor of the human race stepped forward. An energy light shield appeared in front of the old emperor of the human race. And on top of that energy light shield, it was densely covered with runes. It was unknown what kind of runes they were, but they were very mysterious and surrounded by endless divine light. A terrifying invisible force surged out of the blood-colored wheel. It bombarded the energy light shield that surged out of the old emperor of the human race's body. Clang, clang, clang. It was as if two peerless divine weapons had collided. That invisible force was constantly attacking the defensive light shield outside the old emperor of the human race. However, it was difficult to destroy the defensive light shield. Of course, the old emperor of the human race was not completely unaffected. For example, every step the old emperor of the human race took was extremely difficult. Everyone watched the two sides of the battle anxiously. No one knew what would happen next. Clearly, Realm Master Jiuxian had used one of his most powerful techniques. As for the old emperor of the human race, at this moment, he should also be accumulating power. Kill. Realm Master Jiuxian's eyes flashed with cold and merciless killing intent. He let out a low growl. Activating the blood-colored wheel, he charged towards the old emperor of the human race. He wanted to kill the old emperor of the human race. The blood-colored wheel's attack was extremely powerful. It streaked across the void. It was like an immortal mountain that had existed since ancient times, crushing everything in its path. Anyone who felt that kind of power would involuntarily feel a deep sense of fear. What a powerful attack! As expected of the Realm Master of the Jiuxian Great World, that old emperor of the human race is dead for sure. That's right. Half of his body is already in the ground. How can that old thing fight against a sage emperor at his peak? Just wait and see. I'm looking forward to the scene of that old emperor of the human race being killed by Realm Master Jiuxian. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces all sneered. Although the old emperor of the human race had the upper hand in the collision just now, so what? Everyone could feel that the old emperor of the human race's flame of life was about to be extinguished. Therefore, these people were extremely confident in Realm Master Jiuxian. As for the cultivators of Jiuzhou, they looked at the old emperor of the human race with worried expressions. They did not know if the old emperor of the human race could defeat Realm Master Jiuxian. Facing Realm Master Jiuxian's attack, the old emperor of the human race began to circulate his magic power. The old emperor of the human race said in a low voice. His voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Chapter 32:48. When the old emperor's voice fell, behind the old emperor, mysterious existences appeared one after another. Those were all supreme existences, ancient, vicissitudes, holiness, and greatness. They stood in the world formed by the holy light. They were in that period of history. The human race appeared, the greatest group of experts, the ancient holy emperors of the human race. Every one of them had made indelible contributions to the human race. Every one of them had sacrificed their entire lives for the human race. Now, these great holy emperors appeared. Let each and every human know. They all had the urge to worship them. At that moment, the old emperor of the human race seemed to have transformed into one of them. The old emperor of the human race suddenly increased his speed and rushed towards the realm lord of Jiuxian. The blood-colored spell condensed by the realm lord of Jiuxian was about to kill the old emperor. However, at this moment, the blood-colored spell, It was directly torn in half by the old emperor of the human race. The blood-colored spell couldn't resist the old emperor of the human race's attack at all. The old emperor of the human race continued to rush towards the realm lord of Jushin. The old emperor of the human race was surrounded by endless holy light. At that moment, his body seemed to have fused with the holy light. Then, it turned into the eternal light. The eternal light. It could tear everything apart. The old emperor of the human race quickly rushed in front of the realm lord of Jushin and then slashed towards him. The realm lord of Jushin was shocked. He didn't expect the old emperor of the human race to have such battle strength. Realm-breaking blade. Seeing the old emperor of the human race coming towards him, he couldn't dodge. The realm lord of Jushin quickly took out a powerful magic treasure. A short blade flew out. The short blade vibrated and released billions of killing lights. Realm-breaking blade. It was the natal magic treasure forged by the realm lord of Jushin with Shinling True Iron. It was now a top-grade emperor weapon. It had the possibility of being promoted to an immortal weapon in the future. Only when a cultivator activated their natal magic treasure could they display their strongest battle strength. Although the realm lord of Jushin even had an immortal weapon. However, that immortal weapon wasn't refined by the realm lord of Jushin. Although he could release an extremely powerful attack by activating that immortal weapon. However, after all, that supreme treasure was not the 9 Mysteries Realm Lord's natal magic treasure. Therefore, the 9 Mystical Realm Lord was unable to unleash the full power of the immortal treasure. In this way, he might as well activate his natal magic treasure to deal with the old human emperor. The world-breaking blade shook the void. Its power was boundless. Instantly, the void shattered. The boundary-breaking blade quickly arrived beside the human race old emperor. He wanted to kill the old emperor of the human race. The next moment, the human race's old emperor clashed with the world-breaking blade. In an instant, a sonorous and powerful collision sound was heard. The world-breaking blade was sent flying. The human race's old emperor's human Tao Emperor Slash was extremely terrifying. This ability allowed one to summon the power of a sage emperor to strengthen themselves. The power of the Saint Kings was simply indestructible. It was both offensive and defensive. There was no magic treasure that could break through the power of the Saint Kings that surrounded the old human emperor. And at this moment, the old emperor of the human race quickly came to the side of the 9 Mysteries Realm Lord. The eternal light that the old emperor of the human race had transformed into. He charged towards the 9 Mysterious Realm Lord. The old emperor of the human race is so powerful. The 9 Mysterious Realm Lord is extremely arrogant. He insulted the old emperor of the human race. Let's see how the 9 Mysterious Realm Lord will resist the attack of the old emperor of the human race. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures began to discuss. The expressions of the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators of other foreign forces changed abruptly. They originally thought that the old emperor of the human race would definitely die. But in the end, it was unexpected. The old emperor of the human race first broke the 9 Mysterious Realm Lord's magic. Then, he sent the 9 Mysterious Realm Lord's magic treasure flying. Now, he even threatened the 9 Mysterious Realm Lord's original body. Although the old emperor of the human race was already in his twilight years. But, the old emperor of the human race. He still could not be bullied. 9 Mysterious Sacred Realm. The 9 Mysterious Realm Lord quickly performed a powerful magic, wanting to block the attack of the old emperor of the human race. The 9 Mysteries Realm Lord quickly condensed a faintly discernible world. In that fleeting and ethereal world, it quickly enveloped the old emperor of the human race. That world was very extraordinary and could trap all living beings. The old emperor of the human race was instantly swallowed by the mysterious world that the 9 Mysterious Realm Lord had summoned. The old emperor of the human race is trapped. The 9 Profound Sacred World is a powerful divine ability. It is said that this divine ability can form a sealed world with the power of laws. Anyone who is devoured by the 9 Profound Sacred World will have no chance of escaping from it. Doesn't that mean that the old emperor of the human race is dead for sure? I already said that the old emperor of the human race is no match for the 9 Mysterious Realm Lord. Although the old emperor of the human race did gain a certain advantage, so what? In the end, he will still be killed by the 9 mysterious Realm Lord. Seeing the 9 mysterious sacred realms summoned by the 9 mysterious Realm Lord devouring the old emperor of the human race, the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators of other foreign forces began to discuss excitedly. They were looking forward to the scene of the old emperor of the human race being killed by the 9 mysterious Realm Lord. But things did not go as they wished. In the next moment, the old emperor of the human race tore apart the 9 mysterious sacred realm. He turned into the eternal light. He continued to attack the 9 mysterious Realm Lord. No, no, no. The 9 mysterious Realm Lord's expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat quickly, but he could not, because he had been completely locked down by the old emperor of the human race. Puff. Accompanied by the sound of something being torn apart, the 9 mysterious Realm Lord. This was a supreme expert of the Sage Emperor level. He was instantly torn in half by the old emperor of the human race. This was a Sage Emperor level expert. He died just like that. The old emperor of the human race returned to his original body and collected the 9 mysterious Realm Lord's origin energy. Ton. Lin Feng quickly controlled the Black Dragon Sword to devour the 9 mysterious Realm Lord's flesh and soul essence. After devouring the flesh and soul essence of a Sage Emperor-level expert, the power of the Black Dragon Sword instantly increased crazily. Lin Feng was overjoyed. If he could devour the flesh and soul essence of a few more Sage Emperors, the 5th seal of the Black Dragon Sword would probably be opened soon. At this moment, the cultivators on both sides came back to their senses. How is this possible? The 9 mysterious Realm Lord was actually killed. Oh my god, this is too unbelievable. The 9 mysterious Realm Lord died just like that. That old fart of the human race is actually so tyrannical? The faces of the cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces were extremely ugly. They really wanted to see the 9 mysterious Realm Lord kill the old emperor of the human race. The old emperor is really too powerful. With the old emperor here, he will definitely be able to intimidate the other party's Sage Emperor. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures whispered to each other, incomparably excited. However, soon, the expressions of the cultivators of the 9 prefectures changed drastically, because the old emperor of the human race who had killed the 9 mysterious Realm Lord coughed violently. Moreover, every time he coughed, he would cough up blood. Chapter 3249. Grandfather. In the crowd, Jiang Moli looked at the old emperor with a worried expression. He was the grandson of the old emperor of the human race. Now that he saw his grandfather's injuries relapse, he was extremely worried. Jiang Moli wasn't the only one worried about the old emperor of the human race. The cultivators of the 9 regions were all worried about the old emperor of the human race. The old emperor of the human race's body affected the hearts of every cultivator of the 9 regions. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? The old emperor of the human race looked at the other 3 holy emperors. Although his injuries had relapsed, but they still didn't retreat at all. Let me experience your divine ability. At this time, the second holy emperor said with an indifferent expression. Then, this holy emperor stepped forward. This holy emperor was none other than the Holy Star Great Emperor. Despicable. The cultivators of the 9 regions cursed one after another. The old emperor of the human race had just experienced a great battle. The consumption was huge, and his old injuries had relapsed. The situation was very bad. At this moment, the Holy Star Great Emperor wanted to deal with the old emperor of the human race. It was indeed too despicable and shameless. It made people feel extremely angry and aggrieved. But, on the side of the 9 regions, there was only one holy emperor of the human race, the old emperor of the human race. So, even if the other party wanted to take turns to fight, the old emperor of the human race had to participate in the battle. The Jioshuan Realm Lord is at the first firmament of the Holy Emperor Realm, but the Holy Star Great Emperor is at the 3rd firmament of the Holy Emperor Realm. The difference in cultivation between the two is huge. What's more, this old thing of the human race is in a very bad condition. If he faces the Holy Star Great Emperor, he will definitely die. That's right. The death of this old thing of the human race has arrived. When this old thing falls, the cultivators of the 9 regions will be wiped out. The 9 regions' great world will fall into our hands. Seeing the Holy Star Great Emperor make a move, the cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces immediately whispered to each other. Everyone had a cold expression on their faces. In their opinion, today, the old emperor of the human race. It was a dead end. There was no other possibility. The old emperor of the human race had fallen. It meant that the path of the cultivator army of the 9 regions had officially begun. All right. The old emperor of the human race looked indifferent, even though he knew that his situation was very bad. However, the old emperor of the human race had no intention of backing down. The old human emperor took the initiative to attack the sacred star emperor. The human race's old emperor should not be able to hold on any longer. That's why he chose to take the initiative to attack. The demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. After hearing the demon lord's words, Yi Zichen nodded. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Said the demon lord. The old human emperor could not hold on any longer. Did this mean that the old human emperor was about to fall? The old human emperor's flame of life was already extremely weak. It was as if it would be extinguished at any moment. He continued to attack. He was completely squeezing out the last bit of his life force. As such, there was a high chance that the old human emperor would die prematurely. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's mood couldn't help but sink to the bottom. Human Dao Emperor / The old emperor of the human race attacked with the same move that he used to kill the 9 Mysteries Realm Lord. Behind the old emperor of the human race, many illusory figures of saint emperors appeared. Endless holy light lingered. In an instant, the old human emperor seemed to have transformed into an eternal light. It instantly pierced through the void. It slashed towards the Saint Star Great Emperor. Facing the attack of the old human emperor, the Saint Star Great Emperor directly took out a planet-type magic treasure. Originally, the planet-type magic treasure was only the size of a fist. However, in a short period of time, it quickly grew to the size of a mountain. Clang! The eternal light of the old human emperor swept across the planet. It was directly blocked by the planet. This planet is a planet that contains the power of the world. Back then, this planet could have turned into a star, but during the evolution process, it was refined by me and eventually became my magic treasure. The Saint Star Great Emperor couldn't help but say proudly, stellar-level planets would gradually evolve into a medium world. And the power of the medium world, it was already extremely powerful. The Saint Star Great Emperor refined a stellar-level planet into his magic treasure. No wonder this planet was so powerful. Suppress. The Saint Star Great Emperor controlled the stellar-level planet to attack the old human emperor. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The huge planet spun violently. Every time it spun, it would cause the earth to shake. It was really shocking. It was moving. The old emperor of the human race reverted back to his original form as he continued to bombard the planet with punch after punch. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of violent collisions. The old human emperor collided with the planet many times in a row. However, that planet was too powerful under the control of the Saint Star Great Emperor. The old human emperor's blood and chi were exhausted. His combat strength was far from before. In addition, his injuries had relapsed. He had reached the point where he was almost out of oil. Therefore, he couldn't fight a long battle at all. The Saint Star Great Emperor also saw the old human emperor's weakness. Therefore, he wanted to slowly torture the old human emperor to death. Bang! Another violent collision sound suddenly rang out. This time, the old human emperor was directly blasted away. Cough, cough, cough. The old human emperor coughed violently, his face very pale. Seeing the old human emperor's pale face, the expressions of the 9 prefectures' cultivators changed drastically. You can die now. The Saint Star Great Emperor looked at the old human emperor with a sneer. In his eyes, it was endless killing intent. He continued to control the gigantic planet to bombard the old emperor of the human race. The old human emperor. The situation was critical. Senior, take this sword. At this time, Lin Feng roared and directly took out the black dragon sword. Whoosh! The black dragon sword quickly flew toward the old human emperor. The old human emperor directly held the black dragon sword. Then, he swung his sword at the incoming planet. Roar! A loud dragon roar came from the black dragon sword. Behind the old emperor of the human race, a world of swords appeared. In the sword ocean world, it was densely packed. Endless sword chi. Those sword chi, it swept across the world, shattered billions of worlds. The heavens collapsed in all directions, shattered the 3 realms and 6 paths. The old human emperor stood in the sword ocean and slashed down. The power of that sword had reached the peak. Only a powerhouse like the old human emperor could do that. Only then could he unleash the power of the black dragon sword. Release it. Puff! The black dragon sword fiercely slashed at the huge planet. A tearing sound suddenly came out. The planet was directly split from the middle by the black dragon sword. Everyone was shocked. The planet refined by the Saint Star Great Emperor was so powerful. It was at least equivalent to an emperor weapon, right? But it was split just like that. It was unbelievable. The old human emperor held the black dragon sword and came in front of the Saint Star Great Emperor as fast as lightning. Chapter 3250. Sacred Star Great Emperor's expression changed drastically. He never thought that such an unforeseen event would happen at such a critical moment. Sacred Star Great Emperor couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. But no matter how much Sacred Star Great Emperor hated Lin Feng for lending the Black Dragon Sword to the old emperor of the human race, he had to face an extremely cruel reality now. That was, the old emperor of the human race with the Black Dragon Sword was too powerful. Even his planet magic treasure was split open in an instant. From this, it could be seen how terrifying was the Black Dragon Sword's power. Don't fight. Sacred Star Great Emperor took out a jade talisman with a gloomy expression. The jade talisman cracked directly. Then, an illusory figure appeared. That figure. It was blurry. It couldn't be seen clearly. But that existence was abnormally terrifying. A palm blasted toward the old emperor of the human race. Sacred Star Great Emperor wanted to use the jade talisman to resist the attack of the old emperor of the human race. And he took advantage of this opportunity to escape and widen the distance between him and the old emperor of the human race. Shadow Pursuit. But at this moment, the old emperor of the human race performed a powerful divine ability. This divine ability was called Shadow Pursuit. It was a movement-type divine ability. This divine ability didn't have any powerful attack power, but it had an extremely powerful ability. That was, after using this divine ability, Yi Zichen was stunned. This divine ability could lock onto a person's aura. When that person's aura was locked onto, if that person were to move, then the person who performed the divine ability would instantly disappear. When that person appeared, he would appear beside the cultivator whose aura was locked onto. This was the miraculous aspect of the Shadow Stalker divine ability. This divine ability, it was very special. If the other party stood still and did not move, then this divine ability would lose its effect. But Sacred Star Great Emperor was moving quickly just now. Therefore, this divine ability, Shadow Pursuit, it worked. The old emperor of the human race disappeared from where he was as if he had teleported, and the attack of the illusory figure formed by the Sacred Star Great Emperor's jade talisman directly hit the air. Then, it vanished into thin air. Swish! Light flashed. The old emperor of the human race appeared in front of the Sacred Star Emperor. Wielding the Black Dragon Sword, he slashed towards the Sacred Star Emperor. Powerful magic power continuously poured into the Black Dragon Sword. The Black Dragon Sword vibrated with destructive power. At this moment, the Black Dragon Sword, it was as if he had regained the vigor he had displayed after flying out of the door of everlasting life all those years ago. That terrifying strike shook everyone's hearts. My life ends here. Sacred Star Great Emperor couldn't help but exclaim in horror. even at his level. When faced with death, one would also feel fear. No one was unafraid of death. The Sacred Star Great Emperor was also afraid of death. Poochie. The next moment, a tearing sound was suddenly heard. Sacred Star Great Emperor. It was split into two halves. The Sacred Star Great Emperor had fallen. The black dragon sword greedily devoured the Sacred Star Great Emperor's flesh and soul. The origin of the Sacred Star Great Emperor had been sealed by the old emperor. Cough, cough, cough. After killing the Sacred Star Great Emperor, the old human emperor could no longer hold on. He gripped the hilt of the black dragon sword with both hands, and the black dragon sword stabbed it into the ground. The old human emperor coughed violently. He kept coughing up blood. Lin Feng could even feel the old emperor's flame of life. It was about to be extinguished. Everyone couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sadness. The old human emperor fought the foreign races with tears of blood. What a sorrowful scene this was. Old emperor of the human race, allow me to end your life. The third saint emperor made his move. The Sunset Demon Emperor. The sacred emperor of the Sky Demon clan. His combat strength was heaven-defying. Although the sacred emperors didn't attack the old human emperor together, they also used the tactic of attrition. They wanted to exhaust the old human emperor to death. The Sunset Demon Emperor. He's a fifth heaven sacred emperor. He's even stronger than the Sacred Star Great Emperor who was killed. That old human bastard is so despicable. He actually killed two of our sacred emperors. That old bastard obviously can't hold on any longer. His flame of life is almost extinguished. He's holding on and not falling, but he's basically at the end of his rope. There's no need for the Sunset Demon Emperor to attack. Even if I attack, I can kill that old bastard. At this moment, many cultivators from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces whispered to each other. They looked at the old human emperor with dense killing intent. The Sunset Demon Emperor's attack was too fast. It was as if he had teleported to the old human emperor's side. Then, he threw a palm strike at the old human emperor. The eyes of the cultivators from the 9 regions were all blood red. They wanted to save him. They didn't have time to do so. Moreover, the sacred emperors fought. Even if an emperor attacked, it was useless. They couldn't help the old human emperor at all. No. Jiang Moli's eyes widened in anger. His eyes were bleeding, but he couldn't help his grandfather. Now, he could only watch his grandfather die in the hands of the Sunset Demon Emperor. Just when everyone thought that the old human emperor was about to die, suddenly, there was a clanging sound. It resounded between heaven and earth. It was like the sound of a bell. It's her. When he heard that voice, Lin Feng's eyes. Suddenly, the room lit up. That voice. He was too familiar with it. That voice. It was the sound of the copper bell on the Red World Fairy's body. A young man. Without a sound, he appeared behind the Sunset Demon Emperor. That young man. He was so handsome that it was suffocating. Upon closer inspection, one would know. It wasn't a young man. It was actually a woman. A beautiful woman. The Red World Fairy. It was really her. The Red World Fairy had always liked to dress up as a man and walk around outside. The Red World Fairy. He sent a palm strike towards the Sunset Demon Emperor. That palm, it didn't seem to have much power. But the Sunset Demon Emperor's expression changed slightly. Swish. The Sunset Demon Emperor gave up on attacking the old human emperor. Worried that he would be attacked from both sides, the Sunset Demon Emperor didn't fight with the Red World Fairy. His body turned into billions of demonic lights and flew out quickly. He dodged the Red World Fairy's attack. Then, the Sunset Demon Emperor. He reassembled his body. It's the Red World Fairy. That's great. The Red World Fairy arrived in time and turned the misfortune into a blessing for the old human emperor. Oh my God, is the Red World Fairy already so powerful? He actually scared the setting sun demon emperor away. You should know that immortal venerable Hong Chun just celebrated his 4,000th birthday 30 years ago. I really don't know what kind of opportunity the Red World Fairy got to become so powerful. Chapter 3251. Lin Feng's heart also surged like monstrous waves. He also had the same doubts as everyone else. What kind of opportunity did the Red World Fairy get? Now she was actually so powerful. Perhaps the Red World Fairy cultivated 3,000 kinds of great Tao, but it was just the tip of the iceberg of all her opportunities, right? Moreover, Lin Feng felt immortal Venerable Hong Chun must have obtained an extremely powerful and complete Tao orthodoxy. Just that. Whose orthodoxy did immortal Venerable Hong Chun obtain? How could it make her so tyrannical? This matter. It was destined to be a secret, unless the Red World Fairy said it herself. Or else, no one could know. Are you that immortal Venerable Hong Chun from 9 provinces? The Sunset Demon Emperor looked gloomily at the Red World Fairy, and his eyes revealed a dense killing intent from time to time. He had heard of the reputation of the Red World Fairy long ago. It was just that he had never seen her. Although he had heard of the reputation of the Red World Fairy. But in fact, the Sunset Demon Emperor did not take the Red World Fairy seriously at all. After all, the Red World Fairy was too young. For experts of their level, it may take tens of thousands of years for any one of them to go into seclusion. And the Red World Fairy was only more than 4,000 years old. How could the Sunset Demon Emperor take the Red World Fairy, such a young cultivator, seriously? Therefore, for the Red World Fairy, the Sunset Demon Emperor did not take it too seriously. But today, the Red World Fairy appeared. However, the battle prowess he displayed shocked the Setting Sun Demon Emperor. Even someone as powerful as the Sunset Demon Emperor wanted to ask, "This woman, how did she cultivate?" The Red World Fairy said indifferently, "I heard that the great emperor of the Heavenly Devil clan is very powerful, but today, it seems that he is not as strong as I imagined." After hearing the Red World Fairy's words, many people were stunned. Because the Red World Fairy's words, he was too arrogant. Furthermore, immortal Venerable Hong Chen's words were clearly meant for the Sky Devil clan's holy emperor, Sunset Demon Emperor. This was a slap to the Sun Demon Emperor's face. "You reckless fool. I know you're a person with great luck, and I've heard that you've cultivated 3,000 types of Grandas. But do you think you can act presumptuously before me just because of that? If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as blowing off dust." The Sunset Demon Emperor said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura could be felt. It surged out of the Sunset Demon Emperor's body. He was ridiculed by the Red World Fairy. The Setting Sun Demon Emperor was already filled with killing intent. The Red World Fairy sneered. "Let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Venerable Immortal Hong Chun was as domineering as ever. Lin Feng remembered that the Red World Fairy had not broken through to the Emperor realm for a long time. Her cultivation base was rising a little too quickly. The 3,000 Grandas were the foundation of the Grandas. The reason why the Red World Fairy's realm could rise so quickly was because she had cultivated 3,000 types of 3,000 Grandas. There must be an inseparable relationship between them. However, he did not know. What would be the result of the Red World Fairy against the Setting Sun Demon Emperor? After all, the Setting Sun Demon Emperor's realm was too high. He was a Grand Emperor-level expert. Before the outbreak of this great battle, not to mention 2 Saint Emperors dying one after the other, they had already died. It was extremely difficult to meet an expert of this level. Therefore, no matter how monstrous the Red World Fairy was, it was difficult for people to have too much confidence in the Red World Fairy. "Kill!" A low and deep voice suddenly rang out. The Setting Sun Demon Emperor quickly rushed toward the Red World Fairy. The Setting Sun Demon Emperor opened his big hand. In the palm of the Setting Sun Demon Emperor, a scorching sun appeared. The scorching sun directly attacked the Setting Sun Demon Emperor. That terrifying attack. Its power was extremely tyrannical. It contained a wave that could destroy heaven and earth. That sun seemed to be a real sun. Its power was endless. When the sun smashed down, everyone couldn't help but feel a deep sense of fear in their hearts. The power of that sun was too tyrannical. The Setting Sun Demon Emperor's cultivation was indeed much stronger than the 9 Mysteries Realm Master and the Sacred Star Great Emperor. Can the Red World Fairy withstand the attack of the Setting Sun Demon Emperor? I'm afraid it will be very difficult. The setting sun demon emperor is too powerful. The cultivators of the 9 states all had worried expressions on their faces. The setting sun demon emperor was too tyrannical. Although the red world fairy was strong enough, the red world fairy's cultivation time was relatively short. Therefore, seeing how powerful the setting sun demon emperor's attack was, everyone could not help but be extremely worried about the red world fairy. Good, good, good. What a divine sun descending. I'll also let you experience my divine powers. The red world fairy said good 3 times in a row. Obviously, the red world fairy was still very cautious about the setting sun demon emperor's attack. The setting sun demon emperor. His cultivation was at the 5th heaven of the sacred emperor realm. He was indeed very strong. No one could underestimate the setting sun demon emperor's combat strength. I have a great wish. I hope that all worlds will enjoy eternal peace. I have a great wish. I hope that there will be no more wars in the 3 realms and 6 paths. I have a great wish. I hope that all living beings can live forever. Suddenly, loud and majestic voices rang out one after another. They resounded between heaven and earth. At this moment, the red world fairy was surrounded by holy light. She was like a female saint emperor who had awakened from a deep sleep. She was so powerful, so sacred. Great Wish Technique. This was the legendary Great Wish Technique. Among the 3,000 Great Daos, it was even more difficult to cultivate than the Great Destiny Technique. There were very few cultivators who knew the Great Destiny Technique. The biggest reason was not because the Great Destiny Technique was difficult to cultivate. It was because the cultivators of all worlds did not cultivate the technique. The truly difficult thing to cultivate was this Great Wish Technique. Since ancient times, there were many cultivators who had obtained the cultivation method of the Great Destiny Technique. But cultivators who had truly cultivated the Great Destiny Technique, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. This was because, if one wanted to cultivate the Great Destiny Technique, one had to sacrifice oneself for others. Even, for the sake of others' happiness, one had to give up one's own life. On this point, who could do it? Even Lin Feng. None of them were able to do that. This was the reason why the Great Destiny Technique was so difficult to cultivate. I am willing to contribute my strength to all living beings in the world. If all worlds can be at peace, all living beings in the world can live forever without pain or disease. Even if I die 9 times, I will have no regrets. The red world fairy's voice continued to echo between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked by the red world fairy's breadth of mind. How many people in the world could be as broad-minded as the red world fairy? Boom! As the red world fairy's voice fell, above the 9 heavens, endless amounts of energy poured down. That energy. It was energy condensed from the power of the Great Destiny Technique. Boundless energy gathered together. Chapter 3252. The power of the Great Aspiration was extremely powerful. It instantly broke the Sunset Demon Emperor's divine ability. When they saw how powerful the Red World Fairy's divine ability was, everyone was extremely shocked. Originally, the cultivators of the 9 prefectures were very worried about the Red World Fairy. But now, they seemed to be able to relax a little, and the great emperors of the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other foreign forces didn't look too good, because 2 of their holy emperors had already been killed by the old emperor of the human race. They thought that the Red World Fairy would be killed by the Sunset Demon Emperor. Who would have thought? The result was completely different from what everyone had imagined. Boom! Terrifying fluctuations swept through heaven and earth, shaking all directions. The river of great aspiration summoned by the Red World Fairy. It directly enveloped the Sunset Demon Emperor. After feeling the power of the river of great aspiration, the Sunset Demon Emperor, his expression was gloomy. 9 Suns Immortal Suppression Technique. The Sunset Demon Emperor attacked again. This time, the Sunset Demon Emperor directly activated his divine ability and displayed a supreme technique. Inside the Sunset Demon Emperor's body, waves of destructive energy rippled out from his body. Then, behind the Sunset Demon Emperor, 9 great suns appeared. The 9 great suns illuminated the void. Most importantly, the 9 great suns each shot out a powerful beam of light. Those beams of light were connected to each other. Dense chains were formed inside each beam of light. Those chains, they were all chains of law. They were very powerful. The 9 great suns charged towards the river of great aspiration together. Bang! The attacks of the two sides collided. The power was terrifying to the extreme. With the place of collision as the center, the surrounding void, it was directly shattered. Numerous cracks appeared on the surface, and the energy fluctuations emitted from the center of the collision made people feel a suffocating pressure. Many people couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Some cultivators with slightly weaker cultivations. They couldn't withstand the pressure generated by the collision of the two great experts. Their bodies directly shattered. They died tragically on the spot. Retreat. Hurry up and retreat. The great emperors of both sides ordered the cultivators on both sides to retreat quickly, far away from the place where the two great experts were fighting. Senior, how are you feeling? Lin Feng walked to the old emperor's side and asked worriedly. The old emperor of the human race. He was a person who could be praised and shed tears. However, his flame of life was about to extinguish. This made Lin Feng felt very sad. Young friend, don't worry. You won't die for a while. Thank you, young friend. This sword is extraordinary. Young friend, make good use of it. It will be of great use in the future, said the old man, handing the black dragon sword to Lin Feng. Junior will make good use. Junior Black said to him. The old emperor nodded. He took out a ball of original strength and gave it to Lin Feng. This ball of origin. It was the essence of the sacred star great emperor. This was the holy emperor's origin. The old emperor had obtained 2 holy emperor's origin. Obviously, he had left the other holy emperor's origin for Jiang Moli, and this origin was left for Lin Feng. Senior, this. Although Lin Feng wanted to accept this origin, it was too precious. He was hesitant. Take it. There's no need to be so polite between us. The old emperor said. Yes. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng accepted the origin given to him by the old emperor. At this moment, the Sunset Demon Emperor used an even more powerful divine ability to attack the Red World Fairy. This time, the Sunset Demon Emperor created a demonic weapon world. In that demonic weapon world, countless demonic weapons floated in the air. Is that the immortal splitting demonic spear? Some cultivators exclaimed when they saw a battle spear in the demonic weapon world. That battle spear had a great origin. Rumor had it that it was a supreme treasure forged by a demon lord. Oh my God, is that the great sun demon slaughtering sword? Then, another cultivator exclaimed. The great sun demon slaughtering sword was also a supreme treasure that was almost heaven-defying. It was said that it was a supreme treasure forged by a powerhouse in the demon realm. The power of this supreme treasure was extremely terrifying. With a light strike, it could shatter heaven and earth. Look at that magic treasure. Could it be the immortal devil-glazed pagoda? Someone pointed at a magic treasure in the demonic weapon world. The immortal devil-glazed pagoda's origin was even greater, because rumor had it that this supreme treasure was an ancient demonic weapon. 9 ancient weapons. All of them could kill immortals. Therefore, how powerful were the ancient demonic weapons? So many powerful demonic weapons. Many of them are legendary demonic weapons. What kind of divine ability is this? Many people were very puzzled. They did not understand what kind of divine ability the Sunset Demon Emperor had used. It had actually evolved so many magic treasures. It was really unbelievable. A cultivator said, "This divine ability is called the demonic weapon world. Once it is condensed, it can manifest all kinds of demonic weapons. It is said that the most terrifying thing about this divine ability is the manifested demonic weapons. It can communicate with real demonic weapons and unleash part of their power." What? There's such a thing? Isn't this too unbelievable? Is this true? Why does it sound like nonsense? It is indeed true. This divine ability is incomparably heaven-defying. It is one of the top divine abilities passed down by the Sky Devil clan. Even in the history of the Sky Devil clan, There are not many cultivators who have cultivated this divine ability. I didn't expect the Sunset Demon Emperor to have successfully cultivated this divine ability. Let's wait and see. Now that the Sunset Demon Emperor has even used this divine ability, this move is almost certain to win. That's right. There is no suspense in this battle. No matter how powerful the Red World Fairy is, she will definitely not be able to withstand this divine ability's attack. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces began to whisper to each other. Some of the cultivators who knew about the demonic weapon world were extremely confident in the Sunset Demon Emperor. They believed, this time, the Red World Fairy was definitely going to die. The cultivators of the 9 states also heard these people's discussions. They knew the terror of the demonic weapon world divine ability. Everyone's expression could not help but become solemn. However, many of them had seen the Red World Fairy's powerful battle prowess before, so even if they knew that the demonic weapon world divine ability was incomparably terrifying. However, many people still had a certain level of confidence in the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy, I have to say that you are truly a genius. You have cultivated for such a short period of time, yet you are able to compete with a sage emperor. It is simply unbelievable. However, it is time for everything to end. Now, I will take your life. The Sunset Demon Emperor's voice was indifferent. He reached out his right hand and pointed lightly at the Red World Fairy. Instantly, the densely packed demonic weapons in the demonic weapon world vibrated with terrifying energy waves. The immortal splitting demonic spear flew out. Chapter 32:53. The power of the immortal splitting demonic spear was boundless, capable of shattering heaven and earth. It pierced through the void. All techniques were destroyed. This was the god-slaying, immortal vanquishing spear. It was extremely powerful. Anyone who was locked onto by this spear would find it extremely difficult to dodge. This was the case for everyone. The Red World Fairy also had to endure the power of this spear. When the immortal splitting demonic spear pierced through the void, the Red World Fairy began to walk forward in the void. The glory of the dragon race has been passed down since ancient times, witnessing many legends. The immortal phoenix transcends eras, undergoing nirvana and rebirth amidst endless destruction. Mysterious, ancient, and ethereal voices echoed between the heavens and earth. Behind immortal venerable red dust, a mysterious world emerged. That world, it was shrouded in endless mystery. Roar! A huge dragon flew out. It let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. That was definitely a peerless and invincible dragon, not an ordinary dragon. It was actually the legendary ancestor dragon. Screech. Next, a loud and clear voice rang out. An immortal phoenix was formed, spreading its wings and flying high. Dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity, breaking through all das. This was an unparalleled ultimate technique. This mystical ability was extremely powerful and terrifying. The ancestor dragon and the immortal phoenix flew out together. They turned into a dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity Tao diagram. Buzz. The Tao diagram shook the void lightly. Billions of miles of the void collapsed. The power was overwhelming. It was truly shocking and emotionally moving. The power was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. Clang. The dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity Tao diagram collided with the immortal splitting demonic spear, causing an earth-shattering collision sound. Then, the immortal splitting demonic spear shattered. The dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity Tao diagram's power did not decrease. It continued to fly toward the Sunset Demon Emperor, wanting to kill him. When Lin Feng saw that, he couldn't help but be astonished. The dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity Tao diagram was really powerful. Immortal venerable Hong Chun might be much stronger than everyone had imagined. She was definitely a terrifying existence. What was her cultivation base now? What was her combat strength? But I can't imagine. It was definitely heaven-defying. Boom! The dragon phoenix Tao diagram locked onto the Sunset Demon Emperor with a terrifying wave of energy. Oomph! The Sunset Demon Emperor couldn't help but snort coldly. He was naturally unwilling to be killed by the dragon phoenix Tao diagram. Behind him, the MO weapons in the world of MO weapons continued to vibrate and launch terrifying attacks. Every single attack. They all contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Next, the demon weapons flew out of the demon weapons world. Countless demon soldiers. Each demonic armament could release powerful attacks, not to mention so many demonic armaments working together. The attack power it could release was unimaginable and extremely shocking. When the demonic weapons rushed out, they quickly bombarded the Dragon Phoenix Tao diagram. Clang, 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 clang. A series of violent collisions were heard. The Dragon Phoenix Tao diagram. It erupted with an extremely terrifying power. He was actually able to withstand the attacks of so many demon soldiers. However, this divine ability of the Sunset Demon Emperor was indeed powerful. It was impossible for the Dragon Phoenix Tao diagram to keep resisting the attacks of those demon soldiers. Under the attacks of many demon soldiers, the power of the Dragon Phoenix Tao diagram was rapidly declining. The situation was obviously extremely bad. Mortal Daluo Heaven. All of a sudden, immortal venerable Hong Chun unleashed another powerful divine ability. She was using a divine ability that she had comprehended from the Tao of mortals. The Red World Fairy's ambition was high. She wanted to evolve her mortal Tao to a level beyond the 3,000 Great Tao. This was naturally as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, the Red World Fairy had never backed down. She believed that she could do this. The mortal Tao that she created contained thousands of changes. It evolved many divine abilities. It was not inferior to the divine abilities created by the ancient powerhouses in history, the 3,000 billion worlds of the mortal world, the immortal Daluo Heaven. All the living beings of the world wanted to live forever. Only in this heaven, the Red World Fairy's ethereal voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone saw it. The Red World Fairy stretched out her right hand. On top of her right hand, a hazy illusory world appeared. That world, the mortal world, that world. It was the world that the Red World Fairy had evolved. It was called the Mortal Daluo Heaven. The meaning of the mortal world represented all the worlds in the heavens and all space-time. And the Daluo Heaven meant freedom. The Mortal Daluo Heaven meant the 3,000 worlds of the mortal world. There were no restrictions. He could soar freely, living freely. This was a life that countless people yearned for. However, it was almost impossible for such a thing to happen in the real world. It could only happen in the Red Dust Immortal Venerable's Red Dust Daluocean. The Mortal Daluo Heaven flew out. Then, the densely packed demon soldiers were instantly swallowed by the Mortal Daluo Heaven. Then, they disappeared from the Mortal Daluo Heaven. What a powerful divine ability! Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Feng knew. This must be the Red World Fairy's own Tao. Lin Feng had a certain understanding of the Red World Fairy. He knew that the Red World Fairy had created the path of the mortal world. Any divine ability that had something to do with the word mortal world, they should all be created by the Red World Fairy herself. Therefore, he had to admire the Red World Fairy's methods. It really contained thousands of things. It was extraordinary, especially now. After this Mortal Daluo Heaven swallowed the densely packed demon soldiers, it continued to devour the Sunset Demon Emperor. The Sunset Demon Emperor's expression suddenly changed. But then, he said with a cold expression, "I don't believe that I can't break your Tao." The Sunset Demon Emperor immediately soared into the sky. Heavenly Devil Ancestor's Art of Destruction. The Sunset Demon Emperor unleashed a powerful divine ability. An ancient aura emanated from his body. The Sunset Demon Emperor turned into a light of destruction. It quickly slashed towards the Mortal Daluo Heaven. The Sunset Demon Emperor wanted to directly destroy the Red World Fairy's Mortal Daluo Heaven. However, he underestimated the Red World Fairy's Mortal Daluo Heaven. The Mortal Daluo Heaven directly swallowed the Sunset Demon Emperor. Everyone saw it. The light of destruction that the Sunset Demon Emperor had transformed into flew quickly within the Red World Fairy's Mortal Daluo Heaven. He continued to unleash one attack after another. He wanted to tear apart the Mortal Daluo Heaven. But within the Mortal Daluo Heaven, the light of the mortal world surged. It directly drowned the light of destruction that the Sunset Demon Emperor had transformed into. Ah, screams of agony could be heard. It was the Sunset Demon Emperor's scream. Then, the blood-curdling screams vanished. The mortal Daluo heaven became very quiet. Has the Sunset Demon Emperor been killed? Everyone looked at the Red World Fairy, who was standing in the void, in shock. The Red World Fairy, who was just over 4,000 years old. Chapter 32:54. Until the red dust great overarching heaven dispersed. There was no movement from the Sunset Demon Emperor. At this point, everyone firmly believed that the Sunset Demon Emperor had been killed by the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy was simply too powerful. He had actually killed a fifth heavenly layer Saint Emperor. How on earth did she cultivate? Everyone was extremely puzzled. They wanted to know what had happened to the Red World Fairy all these years. The cultivators of the Taishang Immortal Sect had extremely gloomy expressions. In the past, the Red World Fairy was a disciple of the Taishang Immortal Sect. But in the end, she was persecuted by the Taishang Immortal Sect. They turned against each other and became enemies. Now, these people hated and feared the Red World Fairy, and many of them were extremely regretful. If they had not misjudged back then, the Red World Fairy would now be the great emperor of the Taishang Immortal Sect. If the Taishang Immortal Sect had an expert like the Red World Fairy in charge, then how powerful would the Taishang Immortal Sect be? Isn't this woman too powerful? Even the Sunset Demon Emperor has been killed. 3 of the 4 great holy emperors have fallen. Now, only the 9th heaven great holy emperor is left. The great holy emperor's strength far surpasses the Sunset Demon Emperor. I wonder if he can kill the Red World Fairy? The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign powers all began to discuss. Those cultivators were not sure if the great holy emperor could kill the Red World Fairy, because the battle strength that the Red World Fairy had displayed was simply too heaven-defying. Anyone who encountered an existence like the Red World Fairy, they would not dare to lower their guard, because they would have to pay a very heavy price. The cultivators of the 9 states, extraterritorial races, and other foreign powers had completely different feelings. Seeing the Red World Fairy display her invincible might, he had killed the Sunset Demon Emperor, a terrifying Saint Emperor. Everyone felt their emotions surge. The Red World Fairy's battle prowess. It made them feel as if they could see the possibility of the 9 regions reversing this battle. It was as if he could see the possibility of the 9 prefectures successfully expelling the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. I really didn't expect that there would be such a genius in the world. In just over 4,000 years, he has walked the path of cultivation that many cultivators would never be able to complete in their lifetime. What are your limits in the future? It's unimaginable. At this moment, the Saint Emperor stepped forward. He was the clan leader of the Sacred God clan. Naturally, his means were not something that the Sunset Demon Emperor and the others could compare to. Moreover, he was still a 9th heavenly layer Saint Emperor. His cultivation was also much higher than the Sunset Demon Emperor and the others. After the Holy Emperor walked out, it gave people a heavy feeling of oppression. This feeling, it was suffocating. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. However, he could feel it from his aura. The Holy Emperor's battle prowess was many times stronger than the Sunset Demon Emperor and the others. This was definitely a terrifying existence. Facing an expert like the ultimate Saint Emperor, would the Red World Fairy be able to resist this person's attacks? Or even defeat him? Lin Feng wasn't sure. Epic change. A cultivator as talented as me is truly too rare. It's almost impossible to find one, the Red World Fairy said lightly. The Red World Fairy had never been a humble person. Of course, she wasn't trying to show off her extraordinariness. She spoke very casually. It was all from the bottom of her heart. Although Venerable Red Dust's words sounded arrogant, Venerable Red Dust's words gave off a feeling of arrogance. But in reality, she was speaking the truth. The 3,000 great Daos were the foundation of cultivation. Other cultivators were already quite good to be able to cultivate a few. To be able to cultivate more than 10 was already extremely rare. To be able to cultivate more than 10 was already heaven-defying. As for the Red World Fairy, she had cultivated a total of 3,000 great das. Moreover, before she became an emperor, she had already cultivated 3,000 great das. Cultivating 3,000 great das before becoming an emperor and cultivating 3,000 great das after becoming an emperor were two completely different concepts. Cultivating before becoming an emperor was equivalent to laying a foundation. The more one cultivated, the deeper the foundation and the stronger the house. Cultivating after becoming an emperor was equivalent to strengthening a house that had already been built. The effect naturally couldn't be compared to before becoming an emperor. The Red World Fairy had cultivated 3,000 great das. It was only the tip of the iceberg that appeared in front of everyone. What kind of opportunity did she get? What kind of orthodoxy? Everything was a mystery now. But no matter how talented a person is, if they are erased in advance, no matter how amazing their talent is, they are destined to be a cloud of smoke. The Holy Emperor said coldly, "Boom," as his voice fell. The Holy Emperor's body emitted a powerful aura. That aura was simply suffocating. The Holy Emperor. He was going to deal with the Red World Fairy. It was just as he had said. He was going to kill the Red World Fairy with his own hands. Hand of Holy Light. Suddenly, the Holy Emperor's low voice rang out. The Holy Emperor made his move. His large hand opened. A palm slammed towards the Red World Fairy. Boundless holy light surged out of the Holy Emperor's body. That terrifying holy light, blotting out the sky, sweeping across the world. The endless holy light gathered on the Holy Emperor's palm. That terrifying palm arrived in an instant. What a powerful mystique! Feeling the pressure from the Holy Emperor's palm, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. That oppressive might was simply too powerful. Everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. He really didn't know how powerful this attack of the Holy Emperor's was. Just what kind of frightening level had its power reached? Facing the Holy Emperor's terrifying palm, the Red World Fairy made her move as well. The Red World Fairy also slammed her palm towards the Holy Emperor. The Red World Fairy's palm was surrounded by the power of lightning. The mystique she used was called Lightning Dao Cloud Palm. It was also an extremely powerful mystique. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. The Red World Fairy and the Holy Emperor's attack collided, creating a violent collision sound. Accompanied by the sound of the collision, it reverberated throughout the world. The space around the two of them collapsed. Ding, ding, ding. After the collision, the Red World Fairy was forced back 3 steps by the Holy Emperor. The battle strength of both sides. The winner is obvious. The Red World Fairy is not the Holy Emperor's opponent. The Red World Fairy is dead for sure. The myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators of other forces all shouted in excitement when they saw the Red World Fairy being forced back by the Holy Emperor. It was as if they could already see the scene of the Red World Fairy being killed by the Holy Emperor. When the cultivators of the 9 states saw the Red World Fairy being forced back by the Holy Emperor, his expression abruptly changed. The Holy Emperor leapt into the air like an eagle and charged towards the Red World Fairy. His attacks were relentless. He didn't want to give the Red World Fairy any time to catch her breath. Chapter 3255. Heaven-Shattering Holy Light Technique. The Holy Emperor's deep voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Endless holy light swirled around his body. It made him look so divine. The Holy Emperor's attack was incomparably powerful. It made one's soul tremble uncontrollably. The Holy Emperor's cultivation was too high. Plus, he was from the Holy God Clan. The Holy God Clan's talent was so powerful. The Holy Emperor himself was probably an expert who could challenge those above his level. And now, the ultimate Heavenly Emperor's battle prowess was truly peerless. The heaven-shattering holy light technique he was using now was also a peerless technique. Holy light surrounded him, shattering the heavens. This was the origin of the heaven-shattering holy light technique's name. Such a domineering name, such a domineering technique. The heaven-shattering holy light technique was definitely heaven-defying. The Holy Emperor's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he was in front of the Red World Fairy. His relentless pursuit of the Red World Fairy seemed to be quite effective. He directly locked onto the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy. Unavoidable. Not good. The Red World Fairy is in danger. The expressions of the 9 states cultivators changed. They looked worriedly at the Red World Fairy. Ha ha ha, the Red World Fairy is going to be killed. The myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivators all laughed. They were looking forward to the scene of the Red World Fairy being killed. They were still waiting for it to happen. Whoosh! Just as the Red World Fairy was about to be hit by the Holy Emperor's technique. But at this moment, there was a flash of light. The Red World Fairy. She disappeared without a trace. Great Death Substitution Technique. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This Great Death Substitution Technique was very useful. Lin Feng had also used the Great Death Substitution Technique several times to avert danger. The only flaw of the Great Death Substitution Technique was that it had to cool down for several days before it could be used again. Right now, the Red World Fairy used the Great Death Substitution Technique. He dodged the ultimate Sage Emperor's attack. Whoosh! The light flashed again. The Red World Fairy appeared a few hundred meters away. The Red World Fairy really isn't that easy to kill. He saw the Red World Fairy reappear. The cultivators of 9 regions couldn't help but get excited. Damn it! Damn it! I was so close to killing the Red World Fairy, but she dodged it. On the other hand, the cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces all wore gloomy expressions. They couldn't wait to see immortal venerable Hong Chun get killed. However, none of them were able to witness this scene. The Red World Fairy. Still safe and sound. You are indeed a little different from them. The Red World Fairy looked at the Holy Emperor indifferently. This woman is too arrogant. The cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces all laughed coldly. The Holy Emperor was so powerful. However, in the eyes of the Red World Fairy, she was only a little different from the Sunset Demon Emperor and the others. Wasn't this looking down on the Holy Emperor? The Holy Emperor's face couldn't help but darken. Being looked down upon by immortal venerable Hong Chun in such a manner infuriated him. The Holy Emperor coldly laughed. This seat wants to see just how capable you are to dare to boast so shamelessly in front of this seat. Holy Light Trial. The Holy Emperor's hands continuously formed seals as he began to condense an even more powerful divine ability attack. Good. Today, I will let you experience a divine ability that I have created. The Red World Fairy's voice was cold. A divine ability that you have created? The Holy Emperor instantly revealed a look of disdain. In his eyes, a divine ability created by an emperor. How powerful could it be? Therefore, the Holy Emperor didn't care about the Red World Fairy's divine ability at all. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. The Red World Fairy that the Red World Fairy had just used was a divine ability that she had created herself. However, Venerable Red Dust was able to use it with ease. She didn't specifically emphasize that she had created the divine ability herself. But now, the Red World Fairy had actually taken the initiative to emphasize this point. It seemed the divine ability that the Red World Fairy was going to use next. It was definitely extremely heaven-defying. The world of mortals is filled with sand. 3,000 divine abilities become stars. Stars grab moon roaring universe. 10,000 laws and 10,000 Daos break. The Red World Fairy's voice resounded between the heavens and the earth. Next, above the Red World Fairy, a starry sky world appeared. That starry sky world. It was extremely mysterious. Within the starry sky world, there were many stars. Of course, those stars weren't real stars. Instead, they were stars formed from various divine abilities. The stars began to rotate rapidly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A loud sound shook the heavens, accompanied by the rotation of the stars. Each star emitted a power that could destroy the heavens. Those powers gathered together, forming a torrent of attacks. They flooded towards the Holy Emperor. What kind of divine ability is this? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. a divine ability that used 3,000 great das to condense 3,000 divine ability stars. This kind of method was truly unimaginable. Lin Feng also felt extremely shocked. The Red World Fairy's methods were truly endless. The torrent of attacks formed from the stars instantly collided with the Holy Emperor's divine ability, Holy Light Judgment. Bang! Accompanied by the violent sound of the collision, there was suddenly a loud sound. The Holy Light Judgment condensed from the divine ability was directly shattered by the torrent of attacks formed from the 3,000 stars. And then, the torrent of attacks formed from the 3,000 stars continued to flood towards the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor's expression changed slightly. He quickly retreated, wanting to avoid the powerful torrent of attacks. The Red World Fairy is truly heaven-defying. In the past, I only felt that the Red World Fairy was the most heaven-defying existence in the 9 states. Only now do I know that the Red World Fairy is an extremely heaven-defying existence, even when compared to the experts of the various worlds. Perhaps the Holy Emperor isn't even a match for the Red World Fairy. Many of the 9 states cultivators couldn't help but discuss. Everyone was incomparably shocked by the power displayed by the Red World Fairy. They couldn't believe their eyes. As for the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators of other foreign factions, their expressions were gloomy. The power displayed by the Red World Fairy was truly too strong. It was hard for them to accept, because the Red World Fairy was a human, and what these people looked down on the most was the human race. The fact that the experts of the human race were so powerful was a huge blow to them. Can you dodge it? The Red World Fairy looked at the Holy Emperor indifferently. The attack formed from the 3,000 stars enveloped the Holy Emperor, making it impossible for him to dodge. If I can't dodge it, I'll break your divine ability. Chapter 3256. The Holy Emperor was also an extremely powerful figure. After all, his cultivation base, his realm, they were all there for all to see. The Holy Emperor was indeed incomparably powerful. His cultivation base, it could be described as unfathomable. Endless holy light appeared on the Holy Emperor's fists. One punch after another landed on the long river formed by the 3,000 stars. That tyrannical attack was truly peerless and terrifying. Every punch had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. 99 consecutive punches were unleashed. The river formed by the 3,000 stars was almost shattered by the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor said coldly, "My divine ability is called the Holy Indestructible Fist. With every punch, the power will increase by a large margin. This fist power, it can be stacked continuously. Right now, I've already unleashed 99 punches. If I unleash one more punch, the power of this divine ability will increase to another level." The Holy Emperor was clearly extremely confident in this holy indestructible fist. This fist-type divine ability was indeed powerful. The power it displayed. Even Lin Feng felt a strange feeling of shock. This peerless divine ability was displayed. Would the Red World Fairy be able to withstand it? Boom! The Holy Emperor attacked. His body condensed an even more terrifying power. The 100th punch of the Holy Indestructible Fist was unleashed. The power of this punch, it was indeed different from before. The power of this punch had increased by several levels. It was much more powerful than before. Just as the Holy Emperor had said, after 99 consecutive punches, he unleashed another attack. It would be peerless and unparalleled. The Holy Emperor's punch once again landed on the river formed by the 3,000 stars. The 3,000 stars, they violently trembled. At any time, anywhere, as if they were about to shatter. At this moment, the Holy Emperor continued to attack. He unleashed his 101st punch. The 101st punch was even more powerful. His punch was unparalleled in the world. The power was strong. It was truly shocking. When the punch landed on the torrent of attacks formed by the 3,000 stars, Yizichen's eyes widened. The river formed by the 3,000 stars was directly shattered. It's your turn next. After the Holy Emperor shattered the river formed by the 3,000 stars, he suddenly revealed an extremely cold expression. He looked at venerable immortal Hong Chun with a condescending gaze. Perhaps in the Holy Emperor's eyes, the Red World Fairy would definitely die this time. She was unable to contend against him. The Holy Emperor quickly charged towards the Red World Fairy. The 102nd punch. The power of this punch was even more powerful. After feeling the power of that punch, everyone's face couldn't help but reveal a horrified expression. This holy, indestructible fist was two every time he punched out. His battle prowess would increase by this much. It was too heaven-defying. He continued to attack continuously. Then, when it stacked at 120, or even 200 punches, how powerful, holy, indestructible. Think about it. They all felt a sense of awe. The cultivator who created this divine ability was really a genius. He actually created such a heaven-defying divine ability. Humph! Immortal venerable Hong Chun could not help but sneer in the face of the ultimate heavenly emperor's attack. What a fantasy! Just now was just an appetizer. Next, I'll let you experience the true power of this divine ability. After the Red World Fairy's voice faded, her hands were constantly changing seals. Hundreds of millions of seals were condensed. Then, 3,000 stars quickly fell from the sky. Those stars, because they were all stars condensed by divine ability, they had extremely powerful attack power. Now, those stars fell one by one. It was equivalent to 3,000 the Red World Fairy attacking together. Such an attack, too powerful and terrifying. Anyone who saw such an attack would involuntarily feel endless fear. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Those huge stars quickly fell one by one. A terrifying aura filled the air. Seeing those falling stars, the Holy Emperor's face couldn't help but change greatly. Divine protection. The Holy Emperor hurriedly used another divine ability. This divine ability condensed a divine protection light. This divine protection light had a powerful defensive power. It could block all attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Along with the sounds of violent collisions, there was a loud bang. One star after another bombarded the divine protection. The Holy Emperor's divine protection light was truly powerful. It blocked the attacks of the stars one after another. 9 Heavens Fairy Slash. The Red World Fairy's expression was cold as she directly jumped up. She charged towards the Holy Emperor as fast as lightning. Right now, the Holy Emperor was using all his strength to block the stars falling from the sky. How could he block the Red World Fairy's attack? The Red World Fairy turned into an immortal light. That immortal light. It was like the 9 Heavens Fairy turning into an immortal light when she descended from the sky. With a light stroke, the void split open. Puff! Along with a tearing sound, it suddenly sounded. The divine protection light, condensed by the Holy Emperor, was directly torn apart. The Red World Fairy quickly rushed in front of the Holy Emperor and slapped towards him. The Holy Emperor's face was filled with shock. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. He could only block the Red World Fairy's attack head-on. Bang! In a hurry, he attacked. The Holy Emperor and the Red World Fairy collided. The collision between the two instantly created a destructive power. This time, the Holy Emperor was struck by lightning and was sent flying by the Red World Fairy. Wah! In midair, the Holy Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, whether it was the cultivators of the 9 states, the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, or the cultivators of other foreign forces, all of them were extremely shocked and in disbelief. The Holy Emperor. Such a powerful existence. He was actually injured by the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy is too powerful, isn't she? Honorable Immortal Red Dust kept chanting incantations. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Something even more terrifying happened. Without any sound or presence, on the Holy Emperor's body, one after another, bloody holes appeared on his body. The Holy Emperor's magic power was quickly dissipating. Great curse technique. Lin Feng was shocked. The Red World Fairy's use of various divine abilities had indeed reached a godly level. Now, she used the Great Curse technique to cause a destructive blow to the Holy Emperor. Everything can end now. Immortal monarch Red Dust charged towards the Holy Emperor, intending to kill him. Impudent! At this moment, a cold voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Then, above the 9 heavens, an illusory world appeared. That illusory world. It was a starry sky world. In that starry sky world, 5 old men sat cross-legged. The 5 old men opened their eyes at the same time. They were too ancient. Chapter 32:57. Waves of terrifying waves spread out from the void, emitting waves and auras that shocked everyone. 5 ancient existences, each stronger than the last. When they saw the 5 ancient existences, the myriad races cultivators were overjoyed. Those 5 existences. They were the myriad races' 5 ancestors. The myriad races. The most powerful existences. They had become emperors since the primordial age, and they had not fallen even after the turmoil at the end of the primordial age. Now, they had lived until now. The myriad races' 5 ancestors. Each of them could be said to be extremely terrifying. Their combat strength could be described as heaven-defying. Now, the myriad race's 5 ancestors had appeared at the same time. In the past, when the human race's old emperor was at his peak, he might be able to compete with the myriad race's 5 ancestors. But now, the human race's old emperor's bloodline has withered, and his injuries are very serious. His cultivation has dropped greatly. He can't compete with the myriad race's 5 ancestors. As for the Red World Fairy, although she is unbelievably powerful, she is still lacking compared to the myriad race's 5 ancestors. At this moment, the demon lord's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Feng's expression became extremely serious. The appearance of the myriad race's 5 ancestors, it was very likely to change the situation between the two sides. For the 9 regions side, the situation at this moment, it was extremely bad. If it were anyone else who saw the appearance of such a powerful existence like the myriad race's 5 ancestors, they might immediately stop and be cautious of their attacks. But the Red World Fairy did not care about the myriad race's 5 ancestors at all. This was the Red World Fairy. She was too domineering. She was too confident. Who cares who you are? Since she wanted to kill, she would not give up so easily just because the other side had an expert. This time, it was the same. The Red World Fairy wanted to kill the Holy Emperor directly. The myriad race's 5 ancestors were enraged when they saw this. The myriad race's 5 ancestors all attacked. Each of them reached out their right hand and pointed at the Red World Fairy. Hum. 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 5 beams of light descended from the sky. They pierced through the void. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Red World Fairy. Indeed, the attacks of the myriad race's 5 ancestors were horrifying. Against the attacks of the myriad race's 5 ancestors, Lin Fan could not help but frown. The Red World Fairy did not dare to be careless. Immortal monarch Red Dust wanted to use this opportunity to kill the Heavenly Emperor. But now, the Red World Fairy had no choice but to give up on this idea under the attacks of the myriad race's 5 ancestors. Venerable Immortal Hong Chun withdrew his attack. He slammed his palm against the attack of the myriad race 5 ancestors. A huge energy handprint was formed. Bang! The attacks of both sides collided. Then, both of them were annihilated. The Holy Emperor took advantage of this rare opportunity to quickly retreat, although he was lucky enough to escape the calamity. However, the Holy Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. The Holy Emperor was the leader of the Holy God clan. He had cultivated to the Sage Emperor realm for 3 million years. But now, he was almost killed by the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy was only a human cultivator who had cultivated for 4,000 years. The leader of the Holy God clan was not her match. This was a huge blow to the Holy Emperor's confidence. The Holy Emperor had never suffered such a loss. If he had lost to a Sage Emperor of the same age, the Holy Emperor could accept it. However, he had lost to the Red World Fairy. The Holy Emperor could not accept it at all. Thus, the Holy Emperor's heart had almost become a demon. His demon. It was the Red World Fairy. The Holy Emperor desperately wanted to see the Red World Fairy killed. The Red World Fairy, You can be called one of the strongest geniuses in human history. As the saying goes, after extreme prosperity comes decline. After extreme decline comes prosperity again. The human race has been desolate for too many years. A genius like you has finally appeared, but unfortunately, the human race will not be able to see the day you grow. The myriad race's fifth ancestor could not help but laugh coldly. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. Other than killing intent, there was also deep greed in his eyes. Everyone knew that the Red World Fairy cultivated 3,000 das. Everyone knew that the Red World Fairy had countless fortuitous encounters. It was because of this. These experts were interested in the Red World Fairy's fortuitous encounters, divine abilities, and everything else. They were all spying on her. Of course, the Red World Fairy was so strong. Normal people would not dare to spy on the Red World Fairy's fortuitous encounters. However, the myriad race's fifth ancestor's cultivation was strong enough. Their cultivation levels were simply too high. Such a strong cultivation. There was indeed a possibility of spying on the Red World Fairy's fortuitous encounters and divine abilities. Ignorant and inexperienced. How could you know the strength of the human race? The Red World Fairy said indifferently, "It seems that you have been in seclusion for too long and have become frogs at the bottom of a well." Everyone was shocked. The Red World Fairy's guts were not ordinary. She actually dared to describe the myriad race's fifth ancestor as frogs at the bottom of a well. Lin Feng could not help but sweat for the Red World Fairy. However, this was the Red World Fairy's personality. She was not afraid of anything. Who would dare to provoke the Red World Fairy? "Since you want to die, we can fulfill your wish," the fourth ancestor said coldly. "Heaven." Suddenly, the first ancestor spoke, "Tao." Then, the second ancestor spoke, "Wheel." The third ancestor spoke as well, "Return." Then, the fourth ancestor spoke, "Destroy." The fifth ancestor was the last one to speak. 5 ancestors. Their methods were heaven-defying. Together, they unleashed a powerful theurgy. This divine ability was called Heavenly Tao Samsara Destruction. The 5 of them worked together to display it. Their magic power was linked together. When this divine ability was unleashed, Yizichen's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a terrifying and suffocating power filled the void. That power. It was the power of Heavenly Tao Samsara. Heavenly Tao Samsara Destruction. All spirits turned to ashes. After this divine ability was displayed, streaks of terrifying power descended from the sky. It was unknown what kind of power that power was. It had the power to destroy the heavens. It directly enveloped the Red World Fairy. After feeling that power, not to mention ordinary cultivators, even great emperor-level experts found it difficult to withstand. Their bodies trembled nonstop. The attacks of the myriad race 5 ancestors were too powerful. It was shocking. The Red World Fairy naturally would not sit still and wait for death. Facing the divine ability of the myriad race 5 ancestors, his body became ethereal in the blink of an eye. "I am an innate chi. Who in this world can break my body?" The Red World Fairy's voice resounded between heaven and earth. When the attacks of the myriad race 5 ancestors, when the attacks came down, not a single attack could touch the Red World Fairy's body. The Red World Fairy's methods were truly shocking. At this moment, something even more shocking happened. The Red World Fairy walked step by step toward the starry sky world where the myriad race 5 ancestors were. Chapter 3258. When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely shocked and moved. They could not believe their eyes. Was the Red World Fairy really going to fight to the death with the myriad race 5 ancestors? It was really shocking and unbelievable. The Red World Fairy was a little too bold. Moreover, the Red World Fairy was too confident in herself. The myriad race 5 ancestors frowned slightly. Obviously, they did not expect the Red World Fairy to take the initiative to attack them. Therefore, the myriad race 5 ancestors were very surprised. But then, the myriad race 5 ancestors' faces turned cold, and their eyes flashed with a cold light. The myriad race 5 ancestors' cultivation was unparalleled. It could even be described as heaven-defying. Naturally, They did not take the Red World Fairy seriously. In their opinion, the Red World Fairy was simply courting death, crossing the distance of the starry sky, reaching the depths of the star domain. At this moment, the Red World Fairy's voice resounded between heaven and earth. Everyone saw it. The Red World Fairy, crossing the star domain. She instantly arrived beside the myriad Race 5 ancestors. Waves of terrifying fluctuations surged out. That fluctuation, it was suffocating. The Red World Fairy's speed was simply too fast. She charged directly above the myriad Race 5 ancestors. Die. The myriad Race 5 ancestors' expressions were cold. They sat cross-legged in the starry sky world. They raised their hands and slammed their palms toward the Red World Fairy. The myriad Race 5 ancestors attacked. Its power shook the heavens. Origin Nirvana. Facing the attack of the myriad Race 5 ancestors, the Red World Fairy attacked. This time, immortal venerable Hong Chun unleashed an extremely terrifying divine ability. The Red World Fairy waved her right hand. Suddenly, it was formed by the condensation of a very strange power. It descended from the sky. It enveloped the myriad Race 5 ancestors. When that mysterious power enveloped the myriad Race 5 ancestors, before the myriad Race 5 ancestors' divine abilities could be unleashed, they dissipated. What divine ability is this? Everyone was shocked. Immortal Venerable Hong Chen's Nirvana starting point divine ability was simply too incredible. It was too unbelievable. Just how powerful were the myriad Race's 5 ancestors? They were existences that stood at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. But now, their magical powers were neutralized by the Red World Fairy before they could even use them. It was truly unbelievable. The path of creation. Next, the Red World Fairy used a new theurgy. This divine ability evolved into a new world. This new world, it contained the power of the Tao of creation. Creation meant the creation of all worlds. 10,000 laws, 10,000 spirits, 10,000 Taos reborn. At this moment, the Red World Fairy seemed to have become the incarnation of a great creator. Her Tao of creation unleashed an unbelievable power that loomed over the 5 progenitors of the myriad tribes. The faces of the myriad Race 5 ancestors darkened. Their magical powers were about to be used, but the Red World Fairy neutralized them in advance. It was like a resounding slap to their faces. Now, if they were sent flying by the Red World Fairy again, that would be a great humiliation. The myriad Race 5 ancestors gathered their magical powers again. Vast heavenly saints world. The myriad Race 5 ancestors attacked together and formed an illusory world. The Red World Fairy was creating a world. She was playing the role of a creator. The myriad Race 5 ancestors were protecting a world that was close to perfection. The illusory world summoned by the myriad Race 5 ancestors. It was the illusory world of the heavenly saints' great world. Bang! The illusory world was filled with new life and was in the process of being created. It collided with the illusory world of the heavenly saints' great world, which had long been perfect. Immediately, an earth-shattering sound was heard. As the voice faded away, Ezichen's voice rang out. Kacha-kacha sounds could be heard. The world created by the Red World Fairy began to crumble. Seems like my Tao is not perfect yet, the Red World Fairy muttered to herself. She did not stay any longer and quickly returned to the real world from the starry world. Can you leave? Seeing that the Red World Fairy wanted to leave, the cold voices of the myriad Race 5 ancestors suddenly rang out. Naturally, the myriad Race 5 ancestors wanted to kill the Red World Fairy. The myriad Race 5 ancestors controlled the illusory world to descend from the sky. It headed straight for the Red World Fairy. They wanted to kill the Red World Fairy in the starry world. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. The Red World Fairy's voice was cold. She was extremely confident. Swoosh! With a flash of light, a galaxy appeared under the Red World Fairy's feet. The Red World Fairy crossed the galaxy. The attack of the myriad Race 5 ancestors was blocked by the galaxy. The next moment, the Red World Fairy had already landed in the real world. The Red World Fairy is no match for the myriad Race 5 ancestors. This is going to be troublesome. Lin Feng's expression turned extremely ugly. The Myriad Race 5 ancestors had made a move. This was a huge problem because the realms of the Myriad Race 5 ancestors were too high. These 5 old things, each of them was at the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Who could compete with them at this realm? Moreover, Lin Feng felt that the Myriad Race 5 ancestors had not used their true strength at all. If the Myriad Race 5 ancestors were to unleash their peak combat power, how terrifying would they be? Therefore, now, Lin Feng was very worried about what would happen next. On Kyushu's side, apart from the old emperor of the human race and the Red World Fairy, it seemed that it would be difficult to find such a top expert. However, the old emperor of the human race was at the end of his rope. He no longer had the strength to fight. The Red World Fairy's cultivation time was still too short. It was difficult for her to fight against the Myriad Race 5 ancestors. Could it be? Was Kyushu really going to be destroyed? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Right at this moment, something even more terrifying happened. There was a flash of light. The Myriad Race 5 ancestors came from the Starry Sky world to Kyushu. In the past, the Starry Sky world outside Kyushu was shrouded by powerful restrictions. Therefore, they could not directly descend to Kyushu. Therefore, the other cultivators would first descend to Sky Martial Continent, then cross the vast sea from Sky Martial Continent to Kyushu. But in recent years, due to the drastic changes in heaven and earth, the restrictions outside Kyushu had been damaged to a certain extent. Therefore, some of the restrictions were damaged. Therefore, some top experts were able to find the flaws in the restrictions. Thus, they could directly descend to Kyushu. The Red World Fairy. The Myriad Race 5 ancestors had obviously used this method. Greetings, ancestor. Seeing the Myriad Race 5 ancestors descend, the cultivators of the Myriad Race all knelt on the ground and bowed to the Myriad Race 5 ancestors excitedly. The arrival of the Myriad Race 5 ancestors meant that this battle was about to end. The cultivators of Kyushu, they would definitely be wiped out. When the great emperors saw the Myriad Race 5 ancestors, they all bowed to pay their respects. As for the cultivators of the extraterritorial races and the various great worlds, although they did not kneel to pay their respects, they were still very respectful. The Myriad Race 5 ancestors have descended. Does the heavens want to destroy Kyushu? Chapter 3259. The deterrent power of the Myriad Race 5 patriarchs was simply too strong. Anyone who saw a peerless expert like the Myriad Race 5 patriarchs descend, they would feel despair. There seemed to be no one in the 9 states who could contend against someone like the Myriad Race 5 patriarchs. At the very least, Lin Feng could not think of anyone who could contend against the Myriad Race 5 patriarchs. I haven't come out for so many years. Now that I've come out to see the sky and the land, it's really green and prosperous. It seems that the 9 states is heading towards prosperity. The Myriad Race 5 patriarchs said indifferently. They all spoke at the same time. The Myriad Race 5 patriarchs. After cultivating together for so long, they seem to be able to synchronize everything. 5 patriarchs, enjoy eternal blessings. Immortality. 5 patriarchs, enjoy eternal blessings. Immortality. 5 patriarchs, enjoy eternal blessings. A series of low shouts suddenly sounded. The cultivators of the Myriad Race 5 patriarchs' worship had reached an almost crazy level. One by one, they shouted loudly, incomparably devout. Even if the Myriad Race 5 patriarchs asked them to die, perhaps many people were willing to die for the Myriad Race 5 patriarchs. Seeing the black mass of cultivators kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to the Myriad Race 5 patriarchs, Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. This should be the power of faith, right? Retreat. Retreat. Lin Feng hurriedly said. Next, what he had to do was to quickly retreat and leave this place. The Myriad Race 5 patriarchs. They were too powerful. There was no way to contend against them. If they continued to fight with these people from the 9 states would be completely annihilated. Now, let as many of them escape as possible. Everyone had to leave the 9 states' great world as soon as possible. Find a place to recuperate in the extraterrestrial starry world. Wait for the future to become stronger. Then return to the 9 states. Chase out all these invaders who invaded the 9 states. Can you escape? The myriad race 5 patriarchs' cold voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Next, waves of terrifying energy waves swept across the heavens and earth. Countless formation runes intertwined. The space-time here was sealed. The myriad race's 5 ancestors had lived for such a long time. His attainments in the field of formations. It was also extremely shocking. The 5 ancestors of the myriad races unleashed their powerful moves, completely trapping the 9 provinces' cultivator army. Myriad race 5 ancestors. They wanted to annihilate the cultivator army of the 9 regions. We can't escape. If we can't escape, then we'll kill. Killing 1 wouldn't be a loss, but killing 2 would make a profit. At most, I'll be a good man again in 20 years. Many cultivators of the 9 regions had blood-red eyes. The tragic death of his companions. The land of the 9 prefectures was about to fall. There were also relatives who were about to die tragically or be enslaved. All of this, it made them want to go crazy, and the killing intent in their hearts was extremely strong. Therefore, they were not afraid to fight to the death. However, the only thing they couldn't let go of was their loved ones and their homeland. Boom. The myriad race's 5 ancestors struck out as a horrifying aura spread out. It enveloped everyone in the 9 prefectures. Bang, 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 bang. The bodies of some of the weaker cultivators of the 9 regions directly exploded. They all died tragically. The scene in front of them was too tragic and tragic. Kill, kill, kill. Lin Feng roared. He didn't want to sit still and wait for death. Since they couldn't leave, then they would fight to the death. Let's fight to the death with these 5 old things. All the great emperors roared. Now there was no way out. They could only fight to the death. Each of the great emperors unleashed their strongest attacks towards the myriad race 5 ancestors. Just a bunch of lowly ants, facing the attack of the great emperors of the 9 prefectures. The myriad race's 5 ancestors' voice was cold and murderous. They didn't put the great emperors of the 9 prefectures in their eyes at all. The myriad race's 5 ancestors attacked. The 5 of them worked together to unleash a supernatural power called Myriad Spirit Extinction. This supernatural power condensed the power of nirvanic extermination. After the terrifying power of nirvanic extermination merged together, it directly enveloped the great emperors of the 9 prefectures. Bang, bang, bang. The attack of the great emperors of the 9 prefectures was instantly broken. All the great emperors were sent flying. Barf. All the great emperors spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces turned as pale as paper. Myriad race's 5 ancestors. Are they that powerful? Lin Feng's face turned pale with shock. He almost couldn't believe it. The myriad race's 5 ancestors were that powerful. Killing the great emperors was as easy as flipping one's hand. Moreover, there were so many great emperors in the 9 prefectures. They couldn't even block one move from the myriad race's 5 ancestors. Hell is your final destination. The myriad race's 5 ancestors' expression was cold. Their eyes flickered with murderous intent. They continued to attack, wanting to kill the great emperors of the 9 prefectures. Once again, they launched an attack. The power of destruction descended from the sky. It enveloped everyone. Then, the bodies of many great emperors began to crack. They couldn't resist the attacks of the myriad race's 5 ancestors. The situation was critical. At this moment, the Red World Fairy attacked. She communicated with the foreign space-time and banished the supernatural power of the myriad race's 5 ancestors. The supernatural power that the Red World Fairy used was the great banishing technique of the 3,000 Great Tao. This supernatural power, Lin Feng had already learned it. But learning it and being able to use it at this moment were 2 completely different things. When the difference in cultivation level was too great, no divine ability would be able to turn the tide of the battle. However, the Red World Fairy was strong enough. So after she successfully used this supernatural power, she finally banished the attack of the myriad race's 5 ancestors. The great emperors of the 9 prefectures were also saved. Supernatural power as one. Immortal slaying finger. But at this moment, The myriad race's 5 ancestors launched the most violent attack on the Red World Fairy. The myriad race's 5 ancestors stood in a row. Then they placed their hands on the back of the person in front of them. Then, powerful magic power quickly surged out. It poured into the body of the cultivator in front of them. Myriad Primogenitor, who was ranked first, pointed his finger at venerable immortal Hong Chun. This attack was simply too terrifying. Previously, immortal venerable Red Dust had helped everyone block the sure kill attack of the myriad race's 5 ancestors. Because of that, her mind was drawn over. Now, facing the terrifying attack of the myriad race's 5 ancestors, she was not particularly prepared. But the Red World Fairy reacted quickly. She hurriedly summoned defensive crystal walls to block the attack of the myriad race's 5 ancestors. It's useless. No matter how strong you are, no matter how monstrous you are, you will never be able to block the attack of the 5 of us. The myriad race's 5 ancestors couldn't help but shout. Their voices were filled with dense killing intent. They were extremely confident. The Red World Fairy would definitely die this time. Their attack this time was so powerful that it directly pierced through the Red World Fairy's defensive crystal walls. Then, they quickly charged in front of the Red World Fairy. Poochie. The Red World Fairy's chest was pierced through. Chapter 3260. That peerless and unparalleled attack. It was so powerful that people couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Even the Red World Fairy was injured. After the old Emperor was exhausted, the Red World Fairy was the strongest combat power of the 9 states. But the Red World Fairy was injured. The 9 states was really at the end of the road. Lin Feng quickly flew over. He supported the Red World Fairy. This was the first time he saw the Red World Fairy, an extremely powerful figure, injured. If it weren't for saving the emperors of the 9 states, the Red World Fairy would definitely not be injured. Go to hell. The 5 patriarchs of the myriad races attacked again and unleashed an extremely powerful attack. They condensed a terrifying palm and blasted it toward Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy. Just now, the attack of the 5 patriarchs of the myriad races didn't just leave a bloody hole in the Red World Fairy's body. Their attack, it was very strange. It almost shattered the Red World Fairy's internal organs. Therefore, now, the Red World Fairy's injury was extremely serious. She was powerless to resist this attack. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The situation was too dangerous. But the gap between him and the 5 patriarchs of the myriad races was too big. In the end, he couldn't resist the attack of the 5 patriarchs of the myriad races. At this critical juncture, the situation was dire. The old emperor of the human race rushed over. His body was burning fiercely. The old emperor of the human race was squeezing out the last of his potential. The Tao of man is indestructible, the old emperor of the human race roared. He appeared in front of Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy. His voice, it was full of sadness and unyielding. The old emperor of the human race. In order to defend the 9 states, blood stained the battlefield. He would never retreat. Bang! The old emperor of the human race attacked and collided with the 5 patriarchs of the myriad races. The attacks of the 2 sides collided fiercely, and suddenly there was a deafening collision sound. The old emperor of the human race blocked the attack of the 5 patriarchs of the myriad races. Retreat! The old emperor of the human race shouted. Lin Feng supported the Red World Fairy and quickly retreated. Life is about to be extinguished. Since that's the case, we'll send you off. The voice of the myriad race's 5 ancestors was ice cold. They joined forces to attack the old human emperor. The old emperor of the human race was extremely powerful in his heyday. But now, he was at the end of his road. Even if he burned up the last of his life force, perhaps there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. But even so, so what? For the 9 prefectures, the old emperor of the human race was willing to shed his last drop of blood. Therefore, old emperor of the human race, he did not retreat even half a step. 8 desolation 6 directions. I, the unique and righteous. The old emperor of the human race wept blood. He charged towards the myriad race's 5 ancestors. He launched his final attack. Endless holy light surged out. The powerful sacred light enveloped the myriad race's 5 patriarchs. The old emperor of the human race's body split into 5. Next, the 5 old human emperors had turned into 5 peerless immortal swords. He slashed at the myriad race's 5 ancestors. Break! The myriad race's 5 ancestors roared at the same time. They used their powerful divine powers to block the attack of the old human emperor. However, their divine powers were instantly destroyed by the immortal swords that the old human emperor had turned into. What kind of divine powers is this? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the old human emperor seemed to have returned to his peak. He was truly an invincible existence. But everyone knew, even if he had returned to his peak, the old human emperor, it was just the final radiance of the setting sun. Was our old emperor so powerful in the past? Fighting 1 against 5 and not being at a disadvantage. What a pity. Our old emperor's life has come to an end, and he's injured. If not for this, with our old emperor overseeing the 9 states, who would dare to invade us? The old emperor has recovered his peak combat strength. Although it's only for a short time, he might be able to reverse the situation and kill the myriad race's 5 ancestors. The human cultivators of the 9 states began to discuss. They were extremely looking forward to seeing this scene. The cultivators of the other races of the 9 states were also moved, hoping that the old human emperor could reverse the situation. Perhaps the final result of this battle would be, it would all depend on the old human emperor's final attack. Damn it, damn it. This old thing is clearly at the end of his life. How can he still erupt with such powerful combat strength? The cultivators of the myriad race, the extraterrestrial race, and other foreign forces had gloomy expressions. They originally thought that the old human emperor could no longer pose any threat. But the reality was not like that. It was completely different from what they had imagined. The old human emperor. He had temporarily returned to his peak in the past. The combat strength he displayed. It was actually enough to threaten the myriad race's 5 ancestors. These cultivators of the myriad race, the extraterrestrial race, and other foreign forces were filled with hatred, fear, and incomparable joy. Fortunately, when the myriad race, the extraterrestrial race, and other foreign forces invaded the 9 states, the old human emperor's life had come to an end. If the old human emperor was still at his peak combat strength when they invaded the 9 states, then how many people would the myriad race, the extraterrestrial race, and other foreign forces lose? When the time came, they would probably lose miserably. Myriad sank Great Light Barrier. After the divine powers of the myriad race's 5 ancestors were broken by the immortal sword transformed by the old human emperor, the myriad race's 5 ancestors then performed an extremely powerful divine power. This was a defensive divine ability, an unparalleled defensive divine ability from ancient times to modern times. It was the strongest defensive divine power passed down by the myriad race. The myriad race's 5 ancestors. They wanted to use this defensive divine power to block the peak attack of the old human emperor. Everyone's attention was attracted by this battle. They watched this battle nervously. The 5 immortal swords transformed by the old human emperor vibrated and released billions of sword chi. In the end, billions of sword chi were all integrated into the 5 immortal swords. Puff, 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 accompanied by 5 ripping sounds. The defensive light barrier condensed by the myriad race's 5 ancestors was torn apart by the 5 immortal swords transformed by the old human emperor. No, the myriad race's 5 ancestors roared in horror at the same time. They could not dodge the old human emperor's peak attack. Is the 5 ancestors going to die? Why is this happening? The cultivators of the myriad race, the extraterrestrial race, and other foreign forces all revealed looks of horror. If the 5 ancestors died to them, it was simply a heavy blow. The old emperor shed blood. Kill the 5 ancestors. The cultivators of the 9 states roared in grief. The old human emperor killing the 5 ancestors would reverse the situation of the battle. However, they could not be excited. Because the human race, the 9 states, they would lose the old emperor. The 5 immortal swords were about to kill all the myriad race's 5 ancestors. But at this moment, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. This was something that no one had expected. The power of the 5 immortal swords quickly retreated. Then, the 5 immortal swords transformed into the old human emperor. 4 of the clones vanished into thin air. The original body of the old human emperor. Then, he quickly fell down. There was only one step left to kill the myriad race's 5 ancestors. The old human emperor. But he could not hold on any longer. Plop. Chapter 3261. Ha 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 ha. We didn't die. We survived. That's great. We survived. We won't die. It feels so good to be alive. That's great. No one can kill us. We will obtain eternal life. At the last moment, the myriad race 5 patriarchs managed to survive. The 5 of them, they roared as if they had gone mad. They roared loudly. They didn't want to die. They wanted to live. Therefore, when the myriad race 5 patriarchs managed to survive, their excitement, it was hard to suppress. Not long ago, they even thought that this time, they were afraid that they would die. They hated the feeling of death. Or rather, they hated the feeling of death to the core. To be able to survive, that was great. In this world, there was nothing better than being able to survive. He failed. The old emperor actually failed. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures were in a daze. The old emperor of the human race was about to succeed, but in the end, he failed at the last step. Was this destined by the life seed? Unknowingly, the 9 prefectures were destroyed. Everything had long been destined. So what if they were unwilling? At this moment, all the cultivators of the 9 prefectures fell silent. The cultivators of the myriad race, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were overjoyed. Just now, the old emperor of the human race had temporarily recovered to his peak state and almost killed the myriad race 5 patriarchs. They were really scared out of their wits. Fortunately, such a thing didn't happen. Right now, the cultivators of the myriad race, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces felt that the heavens were helping them. Go to hell. The myriad race's 5 ancestors, who had luckily escaped the calamity, only wanted to kill mercilessly, to restore their inner peace. The 5 patriarchs of the myriad races all charged toward the cultivators of the 9 states. They wanted to start a massacre. Ignite my battle blood. Raise my battle sword. Bathe in blood. Even if I die, I have no regrets. A cultivator shouted. This was the 9 prefectures battle song passed down from the 9 prefectures. It was passed down from the old days. He wondered who had created it. Ignite my battle blood. Raise my battle sword. Bathe in blood. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Next, everyone started singing together. More than 30 million cultivators of the 9 regions. They sang the war song together. His aura was magnificent. Protecting our homeland, spilling our blood on the battlefield. Even if I die 9 times, I have no regrets. The cultivators of the 9 regions continued to sing the 9 regions battle song. Countless cultivators. It soared into the sky. They charged toward the myriad race's 5 ancestors without fear of death. Ant-like thing. The voice of the myriad race 5 ancestors was cold as they slapped out with palm strikes one after another. Their attacks were simply too powerful. Every strike. Both of them could cause unimaginable damage. Bang, bang, bang. Along with the sounds of violent collisions, there was a loud bang. The cultivators of the 9 regions. Their souls were scattered by the myriad race 5 ancestors. They died tragically on the spot. It was truly tragic. The cultivators of the 9 regions wept blood. Their blood. It dyed the world red. However, this battle, it seemed to be irreversible. Lin Feng's eyes were shedding tears of blood. He saw many old friends. They all died in this battle. Such a great battle was too tragic, too tragic, too tragic. Woo woo woo. The sound of the bugle horn resounded throughout the world. A gloomy and cold aura. It filled the air between heaven and earth. Next, a dense undead army appeared. There were simply too many undead army. They hid to an unbelievable extent. The undead army combined and tore apart the restrictions of the myriad race 5 ancestors. Then, The endless undead army charged toward the cultivators of the myriad race, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. This is? Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Even the myriad race 5 ancestors couldn't help but stop. They didn't know why such a change would occur. This undead army, where did it come from? Gueda, Guayer. Go and see what's going on. Lin Feng quickly contacted Gueda and Guayer and ordered them to go and see what was going on. After receiving the order, Gueda and Guayer quickly went to inquire. The densely packed undead army charged toward the myriad race 5 ancestors. The myriad race 5 ancestors attacked again and again. A large number of undead army were killed by the myriad race 5 ancestors. However, there were simply too many undead army. There was simply no way to kill them all. Therefore, the myriad race 5 ancestors were entangled by the undead army. As for the myriad race, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces, they formed a cultivator army. After being attacked by the undead army, a large number of cultivators were killed. This undead army was very terrifying. It wasn't that easy to kill. However, cultivators with flesh and blood bodies, but they were easily killed by these undead. The 9 regions cultivator army stood in place and watched this scene with their mouths agape. Those undead were very friendly to them. They didn't attack the 9 regions cultivator army. Young master, we've already found out the news. These years, because the myriad race, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces have descended upon the 9 regions, causing endless slaughter. As a result, too many innocent people have died. Many people's souls couldn't enter the underworld after their wrongful deaths and eventually turned into evil spirits. The evil spirits devoured each other and finally gave birth to 10 ghost emperors. These ghost emperors have awakened some of their memories when they were alive and hate the myriad race, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces very much. Therefore, these ghost emperors have gathered all the lonely souls in the 9 regions to support us. Gueda said, "What? There's actually such a thing." Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The news that Gueda brought over was truly shocking. Slaughter all the other races. At this moment, a low roar came from the ghost army. 10 ghost emperor-level powerhouses appeared and gave the order. The ghost army crazily charged toward the myriad race, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. Originally, they had 15 million cultivators left on their side, but it didn't take long. They lost more than half. In the end, the remaining 5 million cultivators and the myriad race 5 ancestors quickly retreated. The myriad race 5 ancestors' faces were extremely gloomy. Although they were powerful, they were tied down by the ghost army. No matter how powerful their cultivation was, but there were only 5 of them. And the number of the ghost army, it was endless. They could exhaust them to death. Kill. The 9 regions cultivator army roared and attacked together. They charged toward the myriad race, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. At the same time, an immortal sword tore through the void and slashed toward one of the ancestors of the myriad race. At this moment, a cultivator walked out with a wine gourd. It was the wine sword immortal, Li Taixian. He used the sword kinesis technique to kill one of the ancestors of the myriad race. After the wine sword immortal, Li Taixian appeared. The Mu clan's patriarch. The destruction patriarch. Burial of the 9 generations. The old farmer. The 4 great experts also appeared through the void. Each powerhouse had locked onto one of the primogenitors. Chapter 3262. When they saw the experts who had appeared, all the cultivators of the 9 states couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Perhaps many people didn't know them. However, everyone could feel their strength from their bodies. These were the experts of the 9 states, the most powerful people of the 9 states. The experts of the 9 states have appeared. Who said that there are no experts in the 9 states? This battle, we will definitely win. The cultivators of the 9 states shouted excitedly. Now the 5 experts had appeared. Lin Feng knew all of them. Patriarch Destruction was the guardian of the immortal ancient cemetery. Lin Feng had heard Lord Turtle mention it before. Patriarch Destruction was unable to leave the immortal ancient cemetery. He was destined to guard the immortal ancient cemetery. He would never be able to leave the immortal ancient cemetery. However, now Patriarch Destruction had appeared here. Patriarch Destruction must have paid a heavy price that outsiders didn't know about. That was why he was able to come into being. Zhang Jiushi and the old farmer were in the same situation as Patriarch Destruction. The two of them, they were both guardians of the immemorial covenant. When they were in the Tianwu continent, the two of them were suppressed by the power of the immemorial covenant. Their cultivation was suppressed to the divine realm. After leaving the Tianwu continent, they were no longer suppressed by the immemorial covenant. Their cultivation recovered quickly. As the guardians of the immemorial covenant, Zhang Jiushi and the old farmer were responsible for monitoring the few places of death in the Tianwu continent. They also couldn't leave the Tianwu continent. However, now they had rushed from the Tianwu continent to the 9 states. It seemed that they must have paid an extremely heavy price. Or else, it was impossible for them to be here. It was just that he didn't know what kind of heavy price these three had paid. Lin Feng didn't know exactly what they had paid. However, a little. Lin Feng was very clear. That was, the price they had paid would definitely cause them unimaginable harm. These 5 experts. Lin Feng was the most familiar with the Mu family patriarch. Why did the old ancestor of the Mu clan insist on Lin Feng becoming the son-in-law of the Mu clan? It was because he knew Lin Feng's background. He knew, with Lin Feng's status and talent, Lin Feng's future, limitless. The situation of the patriarch of the Mu family was exactly the same as the old emperor of the human race. The old ancestor of the Mu clan was already at the end of his rope. Therefore, the old ancestor of the Mu family couldn't wait to find a future backer for the Mu family. And this backer, it was Lin Feng. If the old ancestor of the Mu clan were to take action this time, perhaps, his life. That was why he had consumed so much energy this time. It was also about to reach its end. Lin Feng didn't know much about the wine sword immortal Li Taixian. However, Lin Feng had heard many rumors about him. He knew that this was a very carefree person. His personality was somewhat unrestrained. Moreover, his whereabouts were erratic. Before the great battle, Li Taishuan's descendants had appeared before. Li Taishuan's descendants tried to find Li Taixian. However, Li Taixian was nowhere to be found. Fortunately, Li Taixian arrived in time. Kill. After the 5 great experts locked onto the 5 ancestors of the myriad races. The Ghost Army. The Cultivator Army of the 9 states roared. Their voices shook the heavens. As for the Cultivator Army formed by the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces, they had already been utterly defeated. The most terrifying thing was, the great emperors of the 9 states joined forces with the 9 states Cultivator Army and the Ghost Army brought by the 10 great Ghost Emperors to fight against the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. The great emperors on their side were constantly being killed. The 5 ancestors of the myriad races were also caught in a bitter battle. The Wine Sword Immortal. The old ancestor of the Mu clan. The old ancestor of destruction. Buried 9 generations. The old farmer. The battle strength of any one of them was not inferior to the 5 ancestors of the myriad races. The 5 ancestors of the myriad races had already experienced several battles before. Their magic power consumption was huge. As a result, their battle strength was greatly depleted. Now that they had encountered the 5 great experts of the 9 states at their peak, they were completely suppressed. The 3rd ancestor of the myriad races was entangled with buried 9 generations. He said with a gloomy expression, "Buried 9 generations. You actually dared to leave the Sky Martial Continent. You are the guardian of the immemorial covenant. The moment you leave the Sky Martial Continent, you will betray the immemorial covenant's rules. At that time, you will be cursed and completely lose yourself, becoming a walking corpse." Buried 9 generations did not say much. His attacks, they were getting stronger and stronger. When Lin Feng heard the 3rd ancestor of the 10,000 clans, his expression changed drastically. Lin Feng thought of Huaya. He thought of the coffin carriers. Because they were cursed, they had lost themselves, lost all their memories, and became walking corpses. Forever and ever. They were living in pain and torment. Forever and ever. They could not be reincarnated. Buried 9 generations had appeared to resolve the crisis of the 9 states. Did he have to pay such a heavy price? The old farmer and buried 9 generations were both guardians of the immemorial covenant. If buried 9 generations was cursed, didn't that mean the old farmer would also be cursed? In addition to buried 9 generations and the old farmer, there was also patriarch destruction. The immortal ancient cemetery he guarded was also shrouded in a powerful curse. Was it that patriarch destruction was going to suffer an even more tragic situation? And the Mu family's patriarch might die because of this battle. Even if the 5 ancestors of the myriad races were killed in this battle, the 9 states would have to pay an extremely heavy price if they did not make a move. Although the cultivator army of the 9 states and the ghost army could defeat the 5 ancestors of the myriad races, but the 5 ancestors of the myriad races could make a comeback. When they returned to the heavenly sage great world, they would definitely mobilize more cultivator army. In addition, the races outside the realm, and many great worlds, they would be able to mobilize even more cultivator armies. When the 5 ancestors of the myriad races led the cultivator army to make a comeback at that time, the 9 states, perhaps it would be impossible to reverse the situation. So, even though they knew that they would have to pay an extremely heavy price, buried 9 generations, the old farmer, patriarch destruction, the Mu family's patriarch, these 4 experts, they still chose to make a move. Because they were all cultivators born and raised in the 9 states. They chose to sacrifice themselves to defend the mountains and rivers of the 9 states. Kill, kill, kill. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt very stifled. He only wanted to kill now. Puff, puff, puff. Lin Feng held the stone sword with both hands and rushed into the battlefield, killing in all directions. A large number of cultivators were killed by Lin Feng, and at this moment, the 5 ancestors of the myriad races were being suppressed by the 5 experts of the 9 states. The Wine Sword Immortal was the first to attack. The immortal sword in his hand directly tore off the 2nd ancestor's arm. Zhangjiu created an abyss and buried the 3rd progenitor in it. The old farmer waved the hoe in his hand and sent the 4th ancestor flying. The Mu family's patriarch evolved a mysterious world, which directly swallowed the 5th ancestor of the myriad races. The patriarch destruction condensed a long river of destruction. The long river of destruction contained an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Chapter 3263. Wine Sword Immortal Li Taishuan's sword technique was truly superb. And while Wine Sword Immortal was attacking the 2nd ancestor, he was also reciting his own ancient poem. Wine Sword Immortal was a great writer. In his life, he had written too many classic poems, but the ones that he liked the most were only 7 or 8. Now, the poem that Wine Sword Immortal was reciting was the famous Bring in the Wine. Don't you see? The water of the yellow river comes from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning. Don't you see? The bright mirror of the hall is sad with white hair, like black hair in the morning, like snow in the evening. One must enjoy life to the fullest. Don't let the golden goblet face the moon empty. I am born to be useful. 1,000 gold will come back after being spent. Cooking sheep and slaughtering cows for pleasure, must drink 300 cups in one go. Master Tsin, Dan Xiuxing, bring in the wine. Don't stop drinking. Sing a song with you, please listen to me. Bells and drums are not expensive. May you be drunk and never wake up. Since ancient times, sages have been lonely. Only those who drink leave their names. Chun Wang used to be happy at a banquet, drinking 10,000 cups of wine. Why does the master say that he is not rich, must take the right wine? Colorful horses, 1,000 gold coats, will be exchanged for wine, with you to sell the worries of eternity. Wine Sword Immortal had completely combined his sword technique with his poem. Each of his sword moves was powerful to the point where it would shock the spectators. The sword and the poem perfectly merged together. It was simply a visual enjoyment. Wine Sword Immortal's attacks were endless, like a drizzle. The powerful attacks were simply dazzling. This was the terrifying part of Wine Sword Immortal. His moves were not like other people who needed to pause after a strike. Once he paused, there would be no continuity. The most powerful part of a sword cultivator was that he could continuously attack his opponent. This kind of method was extremely terrifying and frightening. The second ancestor's cultivation was naturally very strong, but under Wine Sword Immortal's continuous attacks, he gradually couldn't hold on. This person chose to use a magic treasure to fight against Wine Sword Immortal. The treasure he took out was a sun and moon wheel. That treasure floated in front of him. Every time it turned, the void seemed to be about to collapse. Clang, clang, clang. A series of collision sounds were heard. The immortal sword in the Wine Sword Immortal's hand collided with the magic treasure of the opponent again and again. The might of the immortal sword in Wine Sword Immortal's hand was simply too tyrannical. The sun-moon wheel was sent flying by the force of the collision. Of course, the reason why this immortal sword was able to display such a powerful combat strength was greatly related to the Wine Sword Immortal. If this immortal sword was controlled by someone else, perhaps it would be difficult for it to display such great power. The sword in Wine Sword Immortal's hand pierced through the void towards the second primogenitor. The second primogenitor's treasure was sent flying. Therefore, at this very moment, when facing the Wine Sword Immortal's attack, he once again took out a magic treasure. This magic treasure was a defensive magic treasure. It was a mysterious jade token. Dragon patterns were drawn on it. This magic treasure was called the Dragon Pattern Jade Plate. Once activated, thus, he was able to release a powerful defensive power. The Dragon Pattern Jade token expanded in size. Then, it protected the body of the second primogenitor. Break. Wine Sword Immortal snorts coldly as he becomes one with his sword and instantly slashes the Dragon Pattern Jade token apart from the middle. Not good. When the second primogenitor saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. He did not expect Wine Sword Immortal's attack to be so powerful. He quickly retreated. He wanted to dodge Wine Sword Immortal's attack, but it was too late. The immortal sword in Wine Sword Immortal's hand quickly flew over. The immortal sword flew in the air, across the endless void. It could behead the other party. This was the wonder of the sword-controlling technique, and Wine Sword Immortal was best at the sword-controlling technique. Facing Wine Sword Immortal's terrifying attack, the second primogenitor did not manage to dodge it successfully. A slashing sound was heard. The second primogenitor's head was directly beheaded. At the same time, the battle between the other four experts and the four primogenitors of the myriad races had reached a climax. The great emperors of the 9 states were much stronger than the great emperors of other places. In addition, during the battle, the 5 primogenitors of the myriad races were no longer at their peak state. Therefore, burial of the 9 eras, destruction patriarch, old farmer, Mu family patriarch. These 4 experts also had the upper hand in this battle. First, it was Zhang Jujie, who created the abyss and buried the 3rd primogenitor of the myriad races. Zhang Jujie immediately rushed into the abyss and fought with the 3rd primogenitor. After hundreds of rounds of fierce battle, Zhang Jujie successfully killed the 3rd primogenitor. The old farmer used his hoe and smashed the 4th primogenitor to death. After smashing the 4th primogenitor to death, the old farmer grinned. He was an old man who looked like an ordinary farmer. He was so terrifying. Many people found it inconceivable. The world that Mu family patriarch created was called the Greenwood World. In the Greenwood World, an ancient tree appeared. The branches of the ancient tree were extremely lush. It stretched out for dozens of miles. After the Mu family patriarch and the 5th primogenitor of the myriad races fought for more than 100 rounds, the branches of the ancient tree took advantage of the battle between the 2 sides and wrapped around the body of the 5th primogenitor of the myriad races. The 5th primogenitor of the myriad races struggled hard, trying to destroy the branches of the ancient tree that wrapped around his body. But after many attempts, he did not succeed. The Mu family patriarch took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to rush up and kill the 5th primogenitor of the myriad races. Destruction Patriarch's attack was even more violent. He was best at the Tao of Destruction. In the Tao of Destruction, among the offensive divine abilities, it was one of the top divine abilities. Therefore, it was extremely powerful, even against the strongest primogenitor of the myriad races. Destruction Patriarch also had the advantage. As expected of the expert who guarded the immortal ancient cemetery, the number one primogenitor of the myriad races roared. He wanted to rush out of the river of destruction several times, but he was stopped by Destruction Patriarch every time. Both sides fought a fierce battle. The injuries of the number one primogenitor of the myriad races were getting worse. Why is it like this? The number one primogenitor of the myriad races could not help but roar. The myriad race's 5 primogenitors. They had survived the turmoil of the immemorial era's end. But now, they were going to die in the age of chaos. The number one primogenitor of the myriad races was unwilling to die like this. But he was powerless to reverse the situation. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. Destruction Patriarch said coldly. Destruction Patriarch, your fates will be much more miserable than ours. You will be cursed endlessly. You will never be able to reincarnate. The number one primogenitor of the myriad races could not help but roar. No matter what kind of fate we have, you won't be able to see that day come. Destruction Patriarch's voice was cold. He rushed forward. With a punch, he shattered the body of the number one primogenitor of the myriad races. The number one primogenitor of the myriad races. His body and soul were destroyed. At this point, Chapter 3264. The myriad race's 5 ancestors had all fallen. The faces of the remaining myriad race, extraterritorial race, and cultivators from other foreign forces turned as pale as paper. They began to break out of the encirclement frantically. They fled frantically. In the end, only a few hundred people managed to escape. The remaining people were all killed. The great emperors and cultivator armies of the Geomaster lineage, the Supreme Immortal Sect, and the Ascension Immortal Sect all died in this battle. Victory! We've won! Countless cultivators of the 9 states had tears in their eyes. More than 70 million cultivator army. In the end, only 20 million people were left. In this battle, the 9 states had lost more than 50 million cultivator army. The 9 states had lost more than 70% of their fresh troops, and the 9 states had lost 57 great emperors. But at least, they had defeated the myriad race, extraterritorial race, and other foreign forces. Of course, the most important thing was to kill the myriad race's 5 ancestors. The threat of the myriad race's 5 ancestors was too great. Now, the myriad race's 5 ancestors had fallen. The heavenly sage great world no longer had a peak great emperor expert guarding it. And this time, only 5 or 6 great emperors from the heavenly sage great world had escaped. The rest had all been killed. In addition to the dead cultivator army, the myriad race had also suffered a great loss. In the extraterritorial race, and many great worlds, they had also suffered a great loss. It would probably take a very long time. These people would never appear again. Lin Feng and the others hurriedly rushed towards the old emperor of the human race. Senior, how are you? Lin Feng looked at Zhang Moli. Zhang Moli clenched his fists and pursed his lips tightly. He tried his best to show his strongest side. He tried his best not to cry. But Zhang Moli couldn't do it. He saw his grandfather on the weeping blood battlefield with his own eyes. His heart was filled with incomparable grief. But he couldn't do anything. This feeling, it simply made him wish he was dead. Seeing the motionless old emperor of the human race, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. The death of the old human emperor was too tragic. Such a senior had a very deep relationship with him. Moreover, he had always treated Lin Feng very well. Right now, Lin Feng was also filled with sorrow. There's still a chance, Patriarch Destruction said. Really? Zhang Moli couldn't help but ask in joy. He looked at Patriarch Destruction with pleading eyes. He was afraid that he would hear other possibilities from Patriarch Destruction. That would be Zhang Moli. It would cause unimaginable damage and impact. Patriarch Destruction nodded and said, "Of course it's true. Bring him to the immortal ancient cemetery. Perhaps he can be revived. Senior, as long as you can save my grandfather, I'm willing to do anything for you." Zhang Moli knelt on the ground. Then, he kowtowed to Patriarch Destruction. Zhang Moli was an extremely arrogant person. Back then, when he was defeated by Lin Feng, he had always been very unconvinced. Making him kneel to someone, it was even more difficult than killing him. But now, for his grandfather, Zhang Moli didn't hesitate to kneel and beg Patriarch Destruction. Lin Feng's opinion of Zhang Moli changed slightly. Get up. I'll try my best. I hope I can succeed. Patriarch Destruction said. Senior, is it really as the myriad race primogenitor said, that you will have to pay a terrible price for your return? Lin Feng looked at Patriarch Destruction, Zhang Jiushi, and the old farmer and asked. Lin Feng had already heard the third ancestor's words. They were going to pay an extremely heavy price. Perhaps, not long after, they would completely lose themselves. Then, next, they would suffer endless pain. This pain, it would never disappear. They would never be reincarnated. Old Ancestor Destruction said. Some things will happen eventually. After paying the price, we need to see if what we've done is worth it. The old farmer said. Everything we did today was worth it. Zhang Jiushi didn't say anything else. He handed the third ancestor's origin to Lin Feng. Take it and refine it. Cultivate well. Don't forget to appear. Zhang Jiushi said. Thank you, senior. Lin Feng took the third ancestor's origin from Zhang Jiushi. After obtaining the third ancestor's origin, Lin Feng didn't feel happy at all. There was only heaviness and sorrow, because he had already seen what would happen to the three seniors, Patriarch Destruction, Zhang Jiushi, and the old farmer. Thinking of the three seniors' fates, Lin Feng felt like he couldn't breathe. He didn't want to see that happen, but the power of the curse was too terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help them. Take this origin to cultivate as well. The old farmer also handed the origin of the fifth ancestor to Lin Feng. Wine Sword Immortal, Patriarch Destruction. The Mu family's ancestor didn't give the origin to Lin Feng, because Wine Sword Immortal and Mu family's ancestor both had descendants, and Patriarch Destruction had a disciple, that eccentric and exotic Wu Muqing. Lin Feng hadn't seen Wu Muqing for many years. She really missed Wu Muqing a little. We don't have much time left. Come with me quickly. Patriarch Destruction looked at Zhang Moli. Yes, Zhang Moli carried the old emperor on his back. Then, he quickly left with Patriarch Destruction. Never give up. No matter how difficult the situation is. Don't give up. Zhang Jiushi looked at Lin Feng and said, Yes. Lin Feng hurriedly nodded. The old farmer patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Then, he quickly left with Zhang Jiushi. In the parallel space, the conversation between the two could be vaguely heard. Fortunately, Zhang Huan is still here. He can help us complete what we can't. The old farmer said. Yes, let's take a look at the mountains and rivers in the last moments. Zhang Jiushi said. There were a total of 3 guardians of the immemorial covenant. The other one was the patriarch of the Jiang family, Zhang Huan. But this time, Zhang Huan didn't come, because the immemorial covenant was also very important. Among the 3 of them, there had to be one person who wasn't cursed. Cough, cough, cough. The patriarch of the Mu family coughed violently. Every time he coughed, he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Senior, how are you? Lin Feng looked at the patriarch of the Mu family worriedly. Young friend, don't worry for now. These old bones of mine can still live for a few more years. Now that the matter of Jiuzhou has been settled, this old man still has an unfulfilled wish. Senior, please speak. Lin Feng said. The patriarch of the Mu family sighed and said, In my lifetime, I hope to see young friend and Xianshi marry. After the patriarch of the Mu family finished speaking, he looked at Lin Feng expectantly. The patriarch of the Mu family's life had come to an end. Lin Feng knew that the patriarch of the Mu family wanted to tie him to the Mu family through marriage. After the patriarch of the Mu family died, he could help take care of the Mu family. Now, his father's whereabouts were unknown. His clansmen's whereabouts were unknown. He couldn't save his mother. Lin Feng didn't want to get married. But when he saw the anticipation in the patriarch of the Mu family's old eyes. Chapter 3265. After getting a satisfactory answer, the Mu family ancestor left. The Wine Sword Immortal didn't stay for long either. After chatting with Lin Feng for a while, he left, and Lin Feng ordered Du Zhu and the others to clean up the battlefield, the storage rings of the dead cultivators, some powerful origins and so on. And the origins of those great emperors were of the utmost importance. They had to be obtained. It was too crucial. If they could obtain it directly, it would naturally be a great thing. If they couldn't obtain it directly, Lin Feng let Du Zhu and the others try to exchange for the great emperor's origins from the cultivators who obtained them. Woo woo woo. The sound of the bugle horn resounded through heaven and earth. The 10 ghost emperors led the ghost army and left quickly. The 10 ghost emperors and the ghost army quickly disappeared without a trace. The 9 states cultivators watched as the 10 ghost emperors and the ghost army left. To the 10 ghost emperors and the ghost army, the 9 states cultivators were extremely grateful. If not for them, the 9 states cultivator army might not have been able to wait for the emperors to arrive and would have died under the attack of the myriad race's 5 ancestors. After the 10 ghost emperors and the ghost army left, the 9 states cultivator army continued to clean up the battlefield. Some of Lin Feng's subordinates collected some great emperor's origins. They even collected the imperial emperor's origins. However, Lin Feng wasn't able to exchange for the great emperor's origins from others, because the great emperor's origins were too precious. If one could obtain the great emperor's origins, basically, they would keep it for themselves to refine and increase their cultivation. Very few people would take out the great emperor's origins to sell. The various major forces began to consolidate their own cultivator army. The Reincarnation Immortal sect also suffered a heavy loss this time. Originally, the Reincarnation Immortal sect mobilized 15 million cultivator army. Now, only 6 million cultivator army was left. A total of 9 million cultivator army died on the battlefield. After knowing the number of deaths, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel very sad. These subordinates had followed him for many years. Many of them were loyal and devoted. Now, they had all died in this battle. War was cruel. If possible, Lin Feng hoped that the 10,000 worlds would be able to do so. No more war. But he knew this was just an extravagant hope. Wherever there were cultivators, there would be fights. This was unavoidable. At present, the cultivator armies of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces were basically wiped out. The next step was to destroy the Supreme Immortal Sect, the Ascension Immortal Sect, the Earth Master lineage, and the Black Fog race. The Supreme Immortal Sect, the Ascension Immortal Sect, and the Earth Master lineage had colluded with the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other external forces. It was simply unforgivable. Although the great emperors of these 3 forces had already fallen, the cultivators from the 3 sides who had participated in the battle had basically all perished. However, the sects of these 3 forces were still around. Lin Feng wanted to get rid of those 3 influential groups completely. Other than these 3 forces, there was also the Black Fog tribe. Not all of the Black Fog tribe's experts had arrived. For example, the powerful leader of the Black Fog race did not appear. Lin Feng naturally wanted to eradicate the Black Fog tribe. After cleaning up the battlefield, the cultivator armies of the 9 states were divided into 4 groups led by the emperors. They headed toward the Exalted Immortal Sect, the Ascension Immortal Sect, the Earth Master lineage, and the Black Fog tribe. These 4 forces possessed large amounts of resources, powerful orthodoxies, terrifying treasures, and so on. Naturally, the various forces of the 9 states were also eyeing these 4 forces covetously. After destroying these 4 forces, everyone would be able to obtain their cultivation resources, powerful orthodoxies, and various treasures. Therefore, the upper echelons of each force were quite concerned about this matter. Without resting, they went to besiege the bases of the 4 forces. This was mainly because they were worried that the core cultivators of the 4 forces would escape. Lin Feng led the cultivator armies of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, the Monster Race, the Primordial Demon Race, and the Primordial Demon Race to the Supreme Immortal Sect. The Stone Puppet King also went with Lin Feng and the others. As for the 4 Yazis, they went with the other forces to besiege the Black Fog tribe. The Black Fog tribe was inextricably linked to the death of the 5th Yazi. Therefore, The four Yazis wanted to kill the Black Fog tribe. Naturally, they wouldn't miss this opportunity to take revenge. By the time the cultivator armies of the reincarnation immortal sect, the monster race, the primordial demon race, and the primordial demon race arrived at the supreme immortal sect, the cultivators of the supreme immortal sect had already fled. Lin Feng and the others were still a step too late. Perhaps it was because they had left in a hurry. They hadn't been able to take away the treasures in the vaults in time. Naturally, these treasures were divided equally among the four forces. Then, the four forces issued an order to arrest the cultivators of the supreme immortal sect. After issuing this order, the four forces quickly dispersed. They returned to their respective sects to rest and recuperate. This time, Lin Feng had obtained so many origins. He had even obtained 2 emperor-level origins. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to go into seclusion for a while. Perhaps, he could try to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Lin Feng felt that he should be able to break through to the Great Emperor realm. After all, he had so many emperor-level origins. It should be able to help him break through the shackles of the Great Emperor realm. Of course, this was only Lin Feng's guess. Whether he could break through to the Great Emperor realm or not, he would only know after cultivating and refining those powerful origins. The news of the death of the Myriad Race 5 ancestors was huge. Because the Myriad Race 5 ancestors were experts from the primordial era, the reason why the Heavenly Sage Great World was so powerful, it had an inseparable relationship with the Myriad Race 5 ancestors. The extraterritorial Starry Sky world was very chaotic. Therefore, wars often broke out. Wherever a war broke out, rivers of blood would often flow. Therefore, it was very likely that cultivators would die before they could mature. This also made it very difficult for the forces in those places to become strong. The Heavenly Sage Great World was intimidated by the Myriad Race 5 ancestors. No forces dared to invade the Heavenly Sage Great World. Therefore, the Heavenly Sage Great World had always been very peaceful. In this peaceful atmosphere, the various forces of the Heavenly Sage Great World continued to nurture many experts. There were more and more experts in the Heavenly Sage Great World. The Heavenly Sage Great World began to expand. In the extraterritorial Starry Sky world, they occupied many huge star fields. But because the Myriad Race 5 ancestors were too intimidating, therefore, no one dared to resist the rule of the Heavenly Sage Great World. But now, the Myriad Race 5 ancestors had fallen. When this news spread to the Starry Sky world, it caused a huge uproar. No one would have thought a terrifying existence like the Myriad Race 5 ancestors would actually fall in the 9 prefectures. It was only at this time that many forces in the Starry Sky world realized how terrifying the 9 prefectures were. In the following period of time, the Starry Sky world fell into chaos. Because of the fall of the Myriad Race 5 ancestors, many forces began to plunder the many star fields occupied by the Myriad Race. Naturally, the Myriad Race would not give up those star fields so easily. Therefore, they fought with many forces in the Starry Sky world. The battle in the Starry Sky world was incomparably intense. No one knew how many people had fallen. Of course, Lin Feng did not know what happened in the Starry Sky world, because Lin Feng was in seclusion. Chapter 3266. As the source continued to be refined, Lin Feng's cultivation also continued to increase. Originally, his realm stopped at the level of climbing the 92nd stone step. Soon, Lin Feng's realm increased to the level of Quasi-Emperor who had climbed the 93rd stone step, and it was still increasing. Finally, Lin Feng's realm increased to the level of climbing the 99th stone step. This was already the peak of Quasi-Emperor. He was only 1 step away from the Great Emperor realm, and Lin Feng had only consumed a portion of the source. There was still a large amount of source. It had not been consumed. Lin Feng planned to break through the shackles of the Great Emperor realm in one fell swoop, and then break through to the first level of the Great Emperor realm, the God Emperor realm. Once he broke through, when the time came, his life level would undergo a transformation. But Lin Feng knew that it was not easy to break through, because his savings were simply too enormous, and there was no light of calamity between his eyebrows. This meant that Lin Feng had not reached the time to break through, but Lin Feng did not give up. He continued to refine these great emperor's source. Lin Feng's realm steadily increased. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to breaking through to the great emperor realm. After Lin Feng had refined all the original strengths, Lin Feng was extremely happy. A light of calamity finally appeared between Lin Feng's eyebrows. A light of calamity appeared. This meant that he could attract a lightning tribulation. Then he tried to break through to the next realm. Suppress the light of calamity between your eyebrows. It's not good to try to break through now. The probability of failure is too high. The Demon Lord transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. The 99th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm needed to be settled. Lin Feng broke through from the 92nd level of the Quasi-Emperor realm to the 99th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. It was indeed too difficult to continue to break through to the Great Emperor realm without any settling. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Feng no longer had any source on him. Originally, Lin Feng thought that these sources could help him break through to the Great Emperor realm, but Lin Feng still underestimated his savings. These sources, they were not able to help him break through to the Great Emperor realm. It only helped Lin Feng produce the light of calamity between his eyebrows. Back then, it was already so difficult for Lin Feng to break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, let alone breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. It was unknown how many times more difficult it would be. Therefore, if he wanted to break through to the Great Emperor realm, he would need more than just a short period of time. Moreover, it also required a fortuitous encounter. During this period of time, Lin Feng's realm had risen too quickly, but the time he had spent in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation was too short. This was extremely disadvantageous for his future cultivation. Breaking through to the Great Emperor realm does require some time. Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. He had gained a lot from this closed-door cultivation, because other than the increase in his cultivation level, he had also gained a lot. Lin Feng's soul had also risen to the 5th heavenly layer of the immortal Emperor realm. It could be said that this was a major breakthrough. He began to organize the various thaumaturgies he cultivated. Right now, Lin Feng was only a step away from becoming an emperor. The ability to comprehend, the understanding of the great Tao. Things were no longer the same as before. He could make use of this opportunity to cultivate in seclusion. He had to properly sort out the powerful divine abilities he had obtained. When Lin Feng was in seclusion, the major forces of the 9 states were also recuperating. However, after the war, there were many things waiting to be done. The 9 states would no longer be as prosperous as before. Fortunately, after the war, there was new vitality everywhere. The 9 states had undergone drastic changes and entered the best cultivation era at the end of the era. Cultivators could seize this opportunity to cultivate well. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the glory of the past could be restored. Before the war, those reclusive families and sects were coerced by Lin Feng to join the battlefield. Therefore, those forces hated Lin Feng very much at that time. They even wanted to wait until the matters of the 9 states were settled before joining forces to seek revenge on Lin Feng. However, when the 9 states was truly settled, those forces also ceased their activities. Of course, there were many reasons, but the main reasons were none other than the following. First, those reclusive families and sects had suffered heavy losses, so they needed to rest and recuperate. Second, the Reincarnation Immortal sect had a strong foundation, especially now. It was said that there were more than 5 million cultivators in the Reincarnation Immortal sect who had not participated in the war. Therefore, there were more than 10 million cultivators in the Reincarnation Immortal sect's cultivator army. Third, those influential groups realized that Lin Feng was friends with some extremely strong cultivators of the 9 regions, and he seemed to have a marriage alliance with the Mu clan. Although the patriarch of the Mu clan was not well known before, but this time, the patriarch of the Mu clan displayed strength that shocked the 9 states. Who would dare to offend the patriarch of the Mu clan to deal with Lin Feng? Fourth, Lin Feng was close to the Demon clan and the King of Stone Puppets. If they really fought, the Demon clan, the King of Stone Puppets, and even the 4 Yazi clan experts would probably stand on Lin Feng's side. Fifth, Lin Feng's cultivation was getting stronger and stronger. Many influential groups were astonished. Lin Feng hadn't even broken through to the great emperor lair, but he was already so strong. Wanting to kill Lin Feng, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If they really fought, it would be better if they could kill Lin Feng. But if they failed, they would just wait for Lin Feng's revenge. When the time came, they would destroy who? That would be hard to say. Therefore, these reclusive families and sects restrained their killing intent towards Lin Feng. Of course, among these forces, the Huangdao clan still wanted to kill Lin Feng, because the grudge between the two sides was too deep. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng received a lot of news. One of them was about the Taishang Immortal Sect, the Ascension Immortal Sect, the Geomaster lineage, and the Black Fog clan. After the war, after the news that the cultivator armies of the 10,000 clans, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces were almost wiped out spread, the cultivators of the four forces quickly fled the 9 states' great world. However, they were ambushed in the Starry World. The Starry World was an extremely chaotic world. In the Starry World, there were not only many powerful Starry World beasts, there were also countless races and forces. The forces that invaded the 9 states. They were only a very small portion of the forces in the Starry World, and most of the forces were watching the turmoil in the 9 states. After the Taishang Immortal Sect, the Ascension Immortal Sect, the Geomaster lineage, and the Black Fog clan fled to the Starry World, they were immediately targeted by some powerful forces in the Starry World. After all, these 4 forces had many precious resources, powerful inheritances, and even immortal artifacts. It was normal to be targeted. After a bloody battle, the 4 forces were almost completely wiped out. Only a small portion of them managed to escape. Those who are unjust will bring about their own destruction. These people brought this upon themselves, but the only pity is that these people were not completely wiped out. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. Then, he thought of his former enemy, Huangfu Qingtian. This person had been created a new soul by his mother with the soul reconstruction technique. It was equivalent to a different kind of new life. Huangfu Qingtian was a person with great luck. He shouldn't have died in the battle in the Starry World. Back then, Huangfu Qingtian had devoured Pangu's ancestral blood. He had obtained part of Pangu's inheritance. He was Pangu's successor, but he hadn't obtained Pangu's core inheritance for the time being. Huangfu Qingtian gave Lin Feng a headache. He didn't know if Huangfu Qingtian would really obtain Pangu's inheritance. However, Lin Feng had the Chaos Ancient map that Pango had passed down. The Chaos Ancient map was also related to Pangu's inheritance. He could sense where Pangu's core inheritance was. Lin Feng waited for Huangfu Qingtian to open Pangu's secret realm. Then, he followed Huangfu Qingtian into Pangu's secret realm. Then, he snatched Pangu's inheritance from Huangfu Qingtian. Lin Feng had been waiting for this day to come. Now, Lin Feng suddenly had a strong premonition. He felt it. This day. Chapter 3267. Lin Feng decided to make a trip to the Huangdao clan. Now, the location of the Huangdao clan was no longer a secret. Lin Feng led Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign sage, the 2 ghost emperors, and 5 million cultivator soldiers to the ancient warships. They headed straight for the Huangdao clan. Ziling was still in the hands of the Huangdao clan. Zishao had entrusted him to take care of Ziling before he died. Lin Feng would naturally take good care of Ziling Previously, after Ziling was taken away by the Huangdao clan, Lin Feng blamed himself for a long time. Now, he had the strength to deal with the Huangdao clan. Lin Feng naturally wanted to save Ziling A month later, Lin Feng led the army to the Huangdao clan's ancestral land. Lin Feng, our Huangdao clan hasn't even gone to look for you, but you came to us first. Do you have a death wish? The Huangdao clan's patriarch, the Huangdao Azure Dragon, looked coldly at Lin Feng. He was also an Emperor Realm expert. He should be an immortal emperor. When the war broke out, this person didn't appear. However, their clan had lost 3 great emperors. This kind of loss was definitely severe. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Hand over Ziling otherwise, I will destroy the Huangdao clan today." Shameless boasting. The Huangdao Azure Dragon looked coldly at Lin Feng. He sneered and said, I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Now that you've come to die, there's no need to trouble us to make a trip. Are you ready to die?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Huangdao Azure Dragon waved his hand. A loud rumbling sound resounded through the world. In the void, formation runes were densely packed. Those densely packed formation runes. It was unknown how many there were. They intertwined in the void and emitted a shocking fluctuation. "I knew you would come, so I've been strengthening the formation all this time to destroy you," the Huangdao Azure Dragon said coldly. "Attack." Next, the Huangdao Azure Dragon gave the order to attack. The formation was activated. It released an endless amount of powerful attacks. Meanwhile, the cultivator army of the Huangdao clan. There were about 2 million people left. They also attacked together, using all kinds of magic treasures and divine abilities. They charged toward the reincarnation celestial sect's army in an overwhelming manner. "You're courting death." Lin Feng's expression was ice-cold. He held the stone sword in his hand and suddenly waved it. Sword chi soared into the sky. The cultivators of the Black Armored Knights held the Black Tortoise Shield. He immediately activated the Black Tortoise Shield array. The Black Tortoise Shield formation surrounded the 5 million cultivator army. Just as the Huangdao clan was about to launch all sorts of attacks at them, all of them were blocked by the Black Tortoise Shield array. "Spirit Stone Cannon." The Imperial Azure Dragon shouted coldly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of loud noises could be heard. Next, huge bronze carriages were pushed out one after another, and on top of each bronze carriage, each of them had a huge spirit stone cannon. Those spirit stone cannons were actually made of bronze. Each spirit stone cannon was about the same size as the giant spirit stone cannon on the ancient starship Xinyuan. However, the giant spirit stone cannons made of bronze were obviously of a higher level. They were also more powerful. These bronze spirit stone cannons. There were a total of 100 of them. These bronze spirit stone cannons were one of the trump cards of the Huangdao clan. The Huangdao clan was a force of power. They were indeed peerless and terrifying. Their trump cards were simply too powerful. Fire! The Imperial Azure Dragon let out a deep roar. Next, one after another, huge shells of spirit stones were shot out from the spirit stone cannons. The power of those spirit stone cannons. They could be described as apocalyptic. It was simply too terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Next, a series of violent collisions could be heard. The spirit stone cannons directly bombarded the defensive light shield formed by the Black Tortoise Shield array. The defensive light shield formed by the Black Tortoise Shield array shook violently under the bombardment of the spirit stone cannons. Crack, crack. Soft cracking sounds could be heard. Those were the cracking sounds. They were coming from the defensive light shield formed by the Black Tortoise Shield array. Under the bombardment of the spirit stone cannons from the Huangdao clan, the defensive light shield formed by the Black Tortoise Shield array seemed unable to last for long. The Imperial Azure Dragon sneered and said, "I know that you obtained many Black Tortoise Shields from the myriad races and formed the Black Tortoise Shield array. But so what? Isn't your Black Tortoise Shield array going to be destroyed by my Huangdao clan's spirit stone cannons? When the Black Tortoise Shield array is destroyed, all of you will be living targets. So what if you have 5 million cultivators? When the time comes, all of you will be buried here." The Imperial Azure Dragon was clearly very confident in the Spirit Stone Cannons. He felt that with the Spirit Stone Cannons, they would definitely be able to destroy the Black Tortoise Shield array. Lin Feng sneered and said, "It's too early to be happy. Today, I'll let you know what I'm capable of." Stone Sovereign Sutra, 9 Dragons Formation Destruction Technique, Lin Feng shouted. Next, he stomped his right foot on the ground. Rumble, rumble. The ground shook violently as though the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. Roar. Next, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the world. Dragon roars rang out one after another. The ground cracked open. One by one, huge dragons soared into the sky. Those huge dragons. They were formed by the power of the underground dragon veins fusing with the mountain rocks. All the major factions liked to build their ancestral grounds on top of the dragon veins. This included the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. This was because the dragon veins could continuously absorb the providence of heaven and earth. When the providence of heaven and earth descended, it would be absorbed by the cultivators in the ancestral grounds. Under the subtle influence, it could change the providence of these people. The strength of a cultivator's providence could, to a large extent, determine what level they could reach in the future. The stronger the providence of a sect, the more powerful the sect was, the more powerful the sect would be. As a result, the sect would become even more powerful. There were 9 dragon veins under the Huangdao clan. As the successor of the Celestial Master sect, Lin Feng was best at using the power of the dragon veins to fight his enemies. At this moment, Lin Feng was using the power of the dragon veins to fuse with the mountain rocks to form 9 huge dragons. After the 9 huge dragons were formed, then, they charged towards the array that sealed the world. Bang, 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 bang. The 9 dragons slammed into the formations one after another. After hundreds of consecutive hits, crack, crack, the array began to crack. Not good. Hurry up and repair the array. The Imperial Azure Dragon's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly gave the order. He asked the spiritual array masters of the Huangdao clan to repair the array. It's too late. Lin Feng sneered. His hands kept changing seals as he directly displayed the formation cracking technique. Bang! The array that was cracked by the 9 huge dragons. Chapter 3268. Don't you think it's too late to repair the formation now? Lin Feng sneered. Attack. Then, Lin Feng gave the order to attack. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect's cultivator army attacked the Huangdao family in an orderly manner. The Huangdao family's formation had been torn apart. It couldn't be repaired in a short time. Therefore, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect's cultivator army charged straight into the Huangdao family's spirit stone cannons. Although the spirit stone cannons were powerful, they were too heavy. Therefore, they couldn't be moved easily. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect's cultivator army charged to the front of the spirit stone cannons and started a massacre. All kinds of terrifying attacks were formed. They instantly bombarded the cultivators operating the spirit stone cannons. Poof, poof, poof. Ripping sounds could be heard one after another. The cultivators operating the bronze spirit stone cannons were killed instantly. Lin Feng rushed forward and put the bronze spirit stone cannons into his mountain river ring. Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was equipped with a giant spirit stone cannon. However, the giant spirit stone cannon on the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was not as powerful as the bronze spirit stone cannon. Lin Feng naturally coveted the 100 bronze spirit stone cannons of the Huangdao family. If the bronze spirit stone cannons were all equipped on the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship, then just how terrifying would the power of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship reach? Just think about it. It sent chills down one's spine. Retreat. Retreat to the Huangdao family. The Imperial Azure Dragon saw the Reincarnation Immortal Sect's cultivator army's ferocious attack. His expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted. After hearing the Imperial Azure Dragon's order, the Huangdao family's cultivator army wanted to retreat to the Huangdao family's ancestral land as soon as possible. Because the Huangdao family's ancestral land still had protective restrictions that had yet to be activated. However, it was too late for him to retreat at this time. Under the protection of the Black Tortoise Shield formation, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect's cultivator army didn't have to worry about defense. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect's cultivator army only had to attack. He released his most powerful attack. On the other hand, the cultivator army of the Huangdao family was relatively small in number. Now that the Reincarnation Immortal Sect had breached their first line of defense, their morale had dropped. Of course, most importantly, the waves of attacks from the Huangdao family's cultivator army were all blocked by the Xuanwu Shield formation. This was a heavy blow to them. The cultivator army of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect was magnificent. The morale of the Huangdao family's cultivator army was low. As one side wavered, the other grew. The cultivator army of the Huangdao family was no match for the cultivator army of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Damn it, Many cultivators of the Huangdao family were killed. The Imperial Azure Dragon's face became extremely gloomy. He couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. However, the current situation was extremely disadvantageous to the Huangdao clan. The Imperial Azure Dragon knew that it had to organize an effective counterattack, or else. Today, the Huangdao clan was truly in danger of being wiped out. Kill, kill, kill the Imperial Azure Dragon and exterminate the Imperial clan, Lin Feng shouted. Next, the 5 million cultivators of the Huangdao family's cultivator army shouted in unison. When these cultivators of the Huangdao family joined forces, they were too powerful. They directly charged into the ancestral land of the Huangdao family. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators of the Huangdao family's 2 million cultivator army were killed. The remaining people, their morale was also broken. They didn't have the courage to fight anymore. The Huangdao family is finished. How did this happen? Lin Feng, you little brat, you deserve to die. Some of the elders of the Huangdao family roared. They directly charged into the sky. They charged towards Lin Feng. Those elders all looked at Lin Feng with hatred. Their eyes flashed with a chilling, killing intent. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He led the cultivator army to attack the elders of the Huangdao family. Lin Feng attacked coldly. He killed more than 10 elders of the Huangdao family in a row. Once the two top forces started fighting, it was either you die or I die. He had to do his best to exterminate the other party. Because, if he couldn't exterminate the other party, then, when the other party recovered, when the time came, perhaps his own people would be the unlucky ones. Therefore, there was no justice or evil in war. There was only killing. Perhaps, only human nature. Only then would there be justice and evil. The reincarnation immortal sect obtained a great victory in this battle. The cultivator army of the Huangdao family was almost completely wiped out. As for the Imperial Azure Dragon, it was captured. A small number of people of the Huangdao family escaped. But it wasn't enough to change the situation. As for the ordinary people of the Huangdao family, they were all enslaved. These enslaved people of the Huangdao family would lose the opportunity to cultivate. Perhaps it wouldn't take long. The Huangdao family would be completely destroyed. Where's Linger? Lin Feng looked coldly at the Huangdao Azure Dragon. Lin Feng, you little bastard. Just you wait. The Huangdao family won't let this go. Not only does the Huangdao family have a terrifying patriarch, but we also have a few heaven-defying geniuses who entered the starry sky world to train. They won't let you go. When the time comes, you'll die a horrible death. The Huangdao Azure Dragon roared viciously, cursing Lin Feng loudly. Lin Feng said indifferently, you don't have to worry about that. After I meet those people, I'll eliminate them one by one. Next, let me see what secrets are hidden in your memories. Lin Feng grabbed the Huangdao Azure Dragon's head. Then, he searched the Huangdao Azure Dragon's soul. If it were other cultivators, they might have set up a restriction in their minds. Once the soul was searched, they would die instantly. However, the Huangdao Azure Dragon was the patriarch of the Huangdao family. Naturally, no one would set up a soul restriction in the Huangdao Azure Dragon's soul. Ah, you dare to search my soul? Don't even think about it. The Huangdao Azure Dragon roared. His body began to swell. The Huangdao Azure Dragon wanted to self-destruct. If you fall into my hands, it'll be hard for you to die even if you want to. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. Then, he used the 8 divine seals. He directly sealed the Huangdao Azure Dragon's dermic powers. The Huangdao Azure Dragon couldn't self-destruct even if he wanted to. At this moment, Lin Feng's soul-searching technique had already taken effect. He read the Huangdao Azure Dragon's memories. The Huangdao Azure Dragon's lifespan was about 1.2 million years. Therefore, he had experienced countless things in his life. Many memories flashed through his mind like a fleeting glance. In addition to the bits and pieces of life, the cultivation of morality and so on, there were also the memories of various orthodoxies. Of course, there were also some shocking secrets, and so on. All of them were imprinted in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng wasn't interested in many secrets. After all, there were too many secrets in the world. What was the use of knowing so much? It would only add to his worries. He only needed to know the secrets that he was interested in and useful to him. Chapter 3269. The Imperial Azure Dragon was the patriarch of the Imperial family. He could basically cultivate all the divine abilities of the Imperial family. Of course, a person's energy was limited. It was impossible to cultivate all the divine abilities of the entire family. However, the Imperial Azure Dragon would definitely cultivate some top-notch divine abilities. After Lin Feng carefully checked, he realized that the Imperial Azure Dragon had cultivated a total of 1,256 divine abilities. Among them, there were a total of 357 divine abilities of the 3,000 Great Tao level. Lin Feng guessed the 3,000 Great Tao of the Imperial family. Generally speaking, there should be only these types. He could choose not to cultivate any divine ability. However, he had to cultivate the 3,000 Great Tao, because the 3,000 Great Tao were too important. As expected of a reclusive family, they actually have so many 3,000 Great Tao. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Lin Feng, if you dare to peek at these 3,000 Great Tao, you will die without a burial place. The Imperial Azure Dragon's face was distorted as he roared loudly. He wanted to threaten Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't care about the Imperial Azure Dragon's threat at all. He looked at the Imperial Azure Dragon indifferently and said, "No matter how you curse, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it won't work at all. With my talent, I've obtained so many 3,000 Great Tao. Once I become an emperor, my combat strength will definitely soar to an unimaginable level. It won't be that easy to kill me." Plunder memory. Then, Lin Feng used the secret technique recorded in the soul-searching technique. This memory plunder was very domineering. It directly plundered the memories in the other party's mind. And the cultivator whose memories were plundered, he would lose the part of his memories that had been plundered. Ah, the Imperial Azure Dragon let out an incomparably miserable cry. His memories were being plundered by Lin Feng. As a result, it was incomparably painful. No, why is this happening? I can't accept this. The dignified Imperial Tao family. How could they end up like this? Why is this happening? The Imperial Azure Dragon roared. As Lin Feng plundered the Imperial Azure Dragon's memories, he sneered and said, "The reason why the Imperial Azure Dragon ended up like this is all because of you. God is watching what people do. Leave a way out so that we can meet again in the future. However, your Huangdao clan thinks it's strong and can act without any scruples. So, you can only blame yourselves for the consequences you suffered today. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. You do things without any scruples because you are powerful." The Imperial Tao Azure Dragon looked at Lin Feng with resentment. "You're right. However, the debt owed will have to be repaid sooner or later. Today, I am here to collect the debt," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Very soon." In the Azure Dragon's mind, all the cultivation methods of the 1,256 divine abilities were plundered by Lin Feng. Among these divine abilities, the divine abilities that Lin Feng paid close attention to were the 357 types of 3,000 Great Taos. Lin Feng examined it carefully. He discovered that among the 3,000 Great Taos, 15 of them had been cultivated by him before. In other words, these 357 types of 3,000 Great Taos were actually useful to Lin Feng. There were only 342 types. Previously, Lin Feng had already cultivated 176 types of 3,000 Great Taos. In addition to the 342 types of 3,000 Great Taos that he had obtained now, there were a total of 518 types of 3,000 Great Taos. Cultivating 176 types of 3,000 Great Taos to become a great emperor. It was a completely different concept from cultivating 518 types of 3,000 Great Taos to become a great emperor. The gap between the two sides, it was simply inestimable. The increase in combat strength when breaking through to become a great emperor. It was definitely a world of difference. Now that Lin Feng had cultivated to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, what he needed to do now was to collect as many types of 3,000 Great Taos as possible. Originally, Lin Feng planned to collect at least 300 types of 3,000 great Daos before becoming a great emperor. But now, Lin Feng felt that this goal could be raised a little higher. If he could collect 1,000 types of 3,000 great Daos before becoming a great emperor, then he would successfully cultivate these 1,000 types of 3,000 great Daos. When the time came, his own great Dao foundation, what kind of terrifying level would it be raised to? Think about it. There was a feeling of extreme shock. Although there was still a gap between it and the Red World Fairy's 3,000 types of 3,000 great Daos. However, cultivating 1,000 types of 3,000 great Daos to become a great emperor. Looking at the myriad worlds, such a cultivator was extremely rare. The reason why the Red World Fairy could cultivate 3,000 types of 3,000 great Daos before becoming a great emperor, there was a reason. It was just that the outside world did not know what the Red World Fairy had experienced back then. Lin Feng continued to search the Imperial Azure Dragon's soul. He searched for memories related to Ziling, or in the vast cloud of memories. Found it. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw Ziling, Er's figure in the Imperial Azure Dragon's memories. It was a rainy day. A pitch-black bronze carriage descended from the sky. A mysterious man wearing a bamboo hat walked down from the bronze carriage. The Imperial Azure Dragon personally received the mysterious man. "Where is she?" the mysterious man asked. "Sir, please follow me," the Imperial Azure Dragon said respectfully. Lin Feng was very surprised. Who was that mysterious cultivator wearing a bamboo hat? The Imperial Azure Dragon had such an extraordinary identity. He was actually so respectful to him. This made Lin Feng feel very surprised. "Lead the way," the cultivator wearing a bamboo hat said with an indifferent expression. The Imperial Azure Dragon led the way in front. They entered a secret room. There were 3 girls imprisoned in this secret room. These 3 girls were all extremely beautiful and alluring. One of them, it was Zilinger. "Sir, the girl in white has an immortal spirit body. The girl in black has a dark spirit body. And the girl in purple has the bloodline of the mysterious Demonis." The Imperial Azure Dragon introduced the 3 people's physiques to the cultivator wearing a bamboo hat. These 3 physiques were very shocking and very rare. Any physique, it was enough to shock the world. "Good. Very good. I will put in a good word for you to the higher-ups," the cultivator wearing a bamboo hat said. "Thank you, sir," the Imperial Azure Dragon said excitedly. "Here are 10 creation immortal pills as a reward." The cultivator wearing a bamboo hat threw a porcelain bottle to the Imperial Azure Dragon. The Imperial Azure Dragon was overjoyed. After receiving the porcelain bottle containing the creation immortal pills, it was followed by a series of thanks. And the mysterious cultivator took Ziling, and the other 2 away. The bronze carriage streaked across the sky. It traveled through the void. In an instant, it disappeared. Who was this person? Lin Feng continued to search for the identity of the mysterious cultivator wearing a bamboo hat in the Imperial Azure Dragon's soul. However, just as Lin Feng was about to search for information about that existence, suddenly, Chapter 3270. This mysterious cultivator with a bamboo hat was the cultivator who appeared in the memory of the Imperial Azure Dragon. It was also this cultivator. He took Ziling, and the others away. "You actually want to spy on my secret? You are simply courting death," the mysterious cultivator said in a cold voice. His eyes flickered with a dense killing intent. This didn't even seem to be a spiritual consciousness imprint. Instead, he vaguely sensed that someone was spying on his identity. Then, relying on that mysterious feeling, he revealed his imprint. This kind of method was truly superb, causing people to be shocked and moved. He really didn't know what cultivation level this person had to be able to control such a terrifying method. Boom! The cultivator with the bamboo hat attacked and slapped Lin Feng with his palm. That terrifying palm contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. This existence wanted to destroy Lin Feng's soul. Now, Lin Feng's soul level had already reached the 5th heaven of the immortal emperor realm. He was powerful. Facing the attack of the cultivator with the bamboo hat, Lin Feng directly displayed the Luya star observation chart. Buzz. Along with the sound of violent fluctuations, there was a loud sound. Lin Feng's soul turned into a Tao diagram. Then, this Tao diagram, it collided with the cultivator with the bamboo hat. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, a loud sound was heard. The attacks of both sides couldn't do anything to each other. Lin Feng was shocked. It was just an imprint that appeared from an endless distance, but it was actually so powerful. It was really unbelievable. It seemed that the mysterious cultivator behind the Imperial Azure Dragon, it must be an extremely unfathomable existence. He didn't know if he would be facing the Patriarch Destruction and the others. How was his combat strength? Chaos Ancient Lamp, quickly come to help. Lin Feng's spiritual consciousness moved. The primal Chaos Ancient Lamp quickly flew out of his mind. Then, it entered the Imperial Azure Dragon's mind. Lin Feng's soul entered the Chaos Ancient Lamp. It directly activated the Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng's Chaos Ancient Lamp had already transformed into an Emperor weapon. The power of this supreme treasure was very strong. It had already reached a qualitative breakthrough and transformation. At this moment, the Chaos Ancient Lamp emitted streaks of chaos light that swept towards the cultivator with the bamboo hat. The cultivator with the bamboo hat waved his hand and swept towards the streaks of chaos light. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull collision sounds were heard. The two sides collided fiercely. Although the cultivator with the bamboo hat was only an imprint, it was extremely terrifying. It actually blocked more than 10 attacks from the Chaos Ancient Lamp. At that moment, Lin Feng's soul controlled the primal Chaos Ancient Lamp and moved towards the cultivator in the bamboo hat. The Chaos Ancient Lamp rapidly grew. In an instant, it turned into a 1,000-meter-tall tower. It was like a primordial immortal mountain moving in the void. The bamboo hat cultivator wanted to avoid the collision of the primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. A loud clanging sound was heard. After receiving a powerful attack from the Chaos Ancient Lamp, the cultivator with the bamboo hat gradually couldn't hold on. After all, the cultivator with the bamboo hat wasn't a real soul body. It was just an imprint that appeared through endless time and space. To be able to hold on until now, it was already extremely heaven-defying. The Chaos Ancient Lamp continued to attack the cultivator with the bamboo hat. But at this moment, the cultivator with the bamboo hat's body began to swell. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. The Chaos Ancient Lamp quickly flew out of the Imperial Azure Dragon's mind. Just as the Chaos Ancient Lamp rushed out of the Imperial Azure Dragon's mind, the cultivator with the bamboo hat's body instantly exploded. An energy storm swept up in the Imperial Azure Dragon's mind. It was an energy storm. It was enough to destroy everything. It was powerful. It was really shocking. Fortunately, Lin Feng's soul, which was hiding inside the Chaos Ancient Lamp, rushed out in time. Or else, he would have been drowned by that terrifying energy storm. Huff huff. After Lin Feng's soul returned to his body, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was really too dangerous just now. Thinking about it now, he still had lingering fears. At this moment, the Imperial Azure Dragon's head had already drooped down. Lin Feng checked. The Imperial Azure Dragon had completely lost all vitality. It should be that when the cultivator in the bamboo hat's body self-destructed, it destroyed the soul of the Imperial Azure Dragon. This also cut off Lin Feng's clues. This cultivator in the bamboo hat is actually so powerful. His methods are really terrifying to an unbelievable extent. Now that the Imperial Azure Dragon is dead, I'm afraid no one knows the identity of the cultivator in the bamboo hat. Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly, because Ziling was taken away by the cultivator in the bamboo hat. Lin Feng didn't know the identity of the cultivator in the bamboo hat. He didn't even know the other party's identity, let alone rescue Ziling. The Demon Lord said, "Actually, it's not that all the clues have been cut off." "Oh? What do you mean?" Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. "Do you still remember the creation immortal pill that the cultivator in the bamboo hat gave to the Imperial Azure Dragon? This kind of creation immortal pill is not something that anyone can refine. The word creation is too mysterious and profound. Moreover, The pill formulas of immortal pills are extremely rare. The pill formulas of immortal pills that are related to the word creation might be related to the path of creation. Therefore, cultivators who can refine the creation immortal pill are definitely extremely rare. This kind of pill formula is basically not leaked to the outside world. In the future, we can directly investigate who can refine the immortal transformation pill, and we can generally investigate the other party's background. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. The Demon Lord's words. It made him feel as if he was suddenly enlightened. Lin Feng asked through voice transmission, Demon Lord, where do you think that cultivator in the bamboo hat is from? His methods are so powerful. I suspect that existence is very likely a cultivator from a great world that is ranked extremely high in the 3,000 great worlds. The most likely great world is the Undying Realm. Why do you say so? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. The bronze carriage he was riding was made of obsidian magic copper. This kind of magic copper is extremely rare and can only be found in the Undying Realm. Moreover, it has basically not spread to other worlds. Therefore, I judge that the cultivator in the bamboo hat, it is very likely that he is from the Undying Realm. The Demon Lord said, Undying Realm? Soon, I will be going to this place. When the time comes, I will definitely investigate this matter to the bottom. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. The Demon Lord did not continue to communicate with Lin Feng. He sat alone on the lonely grave inside the demon bead, lost in thought. Undying Realm. I, the Thousand Destruction Demon Lord, am about to return. Those old friends from back then, are they all right now? The Demon Lord muttered. When he said the two words old friends, there was no warmth at all. His eyes instantly turned cold. In his eyes. Chapter 3271. Lin Feng ordered people to clean up the battlefield. The Huang Dao family was still extremely wealthy. All sorts of cultivation resources, refining materials, magic treasures, and so on were piled up like a mountain. These things, naturally, they all belonged to Lin Feng. The news of the Huang Dao family's destruction quickly spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Many forces also vaguely heard about the grudge between Lin Feng and the Huang Dao family, but they didn't expect. Lin Feng actually destroyed the Huang Dao family. This Lin Feng's character has always been domineering. He clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges, kills decisively, and has many experts under him. Destroying the Huang Dao family. It's not that surprising. I heard that the Huang Dao family still has a mysterious ancestor. That ancestor doesn't seem to be in the 9 prefectures. Now that Lin Feng has destroyed the Huang Dao family, that ancestor won't let this matter rest. The Huang Dao family is such an ancient family, how much fate has they accumulated? But such a powerful fate isn't enough to turn this family into a safe place. This means that Lin Feng's fate alone is enough to destroy the Huang Dao family's fate. Lin Feng's fate is too powerful. Even though the Huang Dao family's ancestor is powerful, I'm afraid he won't be able to kill Lin Feng. In the end, he might die in Lin Feng's hands. Perhaps there really is such a possibility. Lin Feng has created too many miracles. Thus, no matter what happens to Lin Feng, I won't make a fuss about it. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures were all discussing this matter. At this time, Lin Feng was heading to the demon race's ancestral land to enter seclusion. The demon race's ancestral land could change the laws of time. Entering seclusion in the demon race's ancestral land was the best choice. He needed to properly comprehend the 3,000 great Daos that he had obtained. As for his wedding with Mu Xianshi, he left it to Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint to prepare. Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint had followed Lin Feng for the longest time. They were deeply trusted by Lin Feng. Lin Feng believed that the two of them would be able to do things perfectly. 3 years had passed in the monster race Holy Land, but only 1 month had passed in the outside world. Lin Feng cultivated in the monster race's Holy Land for 10 years. Only 3 months had passed in the outside world. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng's entire person seemed to have undergone a huge transformation. This change came from the fact that Lin Feng had successfully cultivated all 342 types of the 3,000 great Daos that he had previously obtained. A special aura appeared on his body. This kind of temperament added a sense of mystery to Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng's cultivation base had yet to break through to the Great Emperor realm, he was still a great emperor. However, Lin Feng had completely stabilized his foundation. The light of calamity on his glabella grew denser and denser. Those were the light of calamity. It was as if he could summon the thunder tribulation from the 9 heavens at any time. However, Lin Feng managed to suppress the tribulation light. He planned to continue consolidating his cultivation for a while. Furthermore, Lin Feng had previously set a goal for himself to cultivate 1,000 types of 3,000 grand Daos before breaking through to the Emperor realm. Now, Lin Feng had only cultivated 518 types of 3,000 grand Daos. There was still a certain gap from the goal he had set. Therefore, now, Lin Feng did not intend to break through to the Emperor realm. Moreover, although he had grasped the world's origin power, Lin Feng still felt that without a great opportunity, it would not be easy to break through to the Emperor realm with the help of the world's origin power. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng returned to the reincarnation immortal sect. The news of Lin Feng's upcoming marriage with Mu Xianshi had already spread throughout the 9 regions. Many people were discussing this marriage. However, what was surprising was that Mu Xianshi's status in the Mu clan was not high. No one knew why the Mu clan and Lin Feng were connected by marriage. It was actually a marriage between Mu Xianshi and Lin Feng, not a blessed girl like Mu Xianling. The outside world did not know what had happened between Lin Feng and Mu Xianling. Of course, Lin Feng and the Mu clan wouldn't spread the news. Lin Feng had many women. However, Lin Feng had never been married before. Now that Lin Feng was married, although these women did not say much. However, Lin Feng knew. In their hearts, there were also some ripples. Lin Feng loved his women very much. However, who did not want to be the first woman to marry Lin Feng? Even if they did not say it, their hearts still desired it very much. Feier, do you blame me in your heart? In the room, on the jade bed, Shangguan Fei snuggled in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng gently stroked Shangguan Fei's hair and asked. Shangguan Fei was one of Lin Feng's favorite women. When Lin Feng was 16 years old, she had already confirmed the relationship with Lin Feng. Originally, Lin Feng thought that the first woman he would marry would be Shangguan Fei. However, who would have thought that? The first woman he married would be Mu Xianshi. Naturally, Lin Feng also liked Mu Xianshi very much. Mu Xianshi was an extremely lovable woman. However, Mu Xianshi's position in Lin Feng's heart. After all, she could not be compared to Shangguan Fei. However, many times, some things would not develop according to his expectations. The Mu clan's old ancestors shed blood and fought for the 9 provinces. It is very admirable. Now that the Mu clan's old ancestors' life has come to an end, it is completely understandable that he wants to see my husband and sister Xianshi get married before he passes away. Feier can also understand the Mu clan's old ancestors' thoughts. Therefore, Feier will not blame my husband. In Feier's heart, my husband is a great hero who is on par with the Mu clan's old ancestor. Shangguan Fei said gently. Lin Feng hugged Shangguan Fei tightly in his arms. He said intimately, I don't want to be a great hero. I only hope to live a peaceful life with all of you. However, chaos is coming. I have no choice but to fight. Otherwise, it will be a miserable fate. I understand. When chaos is coming, who can be independent? Shangguan Fei muttered to herself. Lin Feng and Mu Xianshi's wedding was extremely grand. The Mu clan's old ancestor was extremely happy. His face was filled with relief. In the eyes of many, Lin Feng and Mu Xianshi's wedding. It could be said that the strong joined forces. The only one who was disappointed was Mu Xianling. Originally, it should be a marriage alliance between her and Lin Feng. However, Mu Xianling, who was arrogant by nature, looked down on Lin Feng. After causing a ruckus a few times, the engagement between both parties was dissolved. This was the reason for the marriage alliance between Lin Feng and Mu Xianshi. After the marriage, Lin Feng stayed in the 9 provinces for a year. The 9 provinces had regained its peace. New life and hope were born everywhere. Lin Feng felt that it was time to leave the 9 provinces. He planned to go to the legendary Undying World, the world that was ranked first in the 3,000 great worlds, the world that countless cultivators yearned for. That fleeting world was filled with too many mysteries and unknowns. Moreover, Lin Feng urgently wanted to go to the Undying World because there were many things that he needed to go to the Undying World to find clues. For example, his mother was suppressed somewhere in the Starry Sky World. Chapter 3272. Lin Feng told the Demon Lord about his plan to go to the Undying Realm, but Lin Feng did not expect that. The Demon Lord was against him going to the Undying Realm. Why? Lin Feng could not help but ask in confusion. The Demon Lord said, "First of all, the route to the Undying Realm is too dangerous. Unless you have some special methods or magical treasures, you will be surrounded by danger. It is very likely that you will die on the way. Secondly, your identity is too sensitive, and your father has such a deep grudge with the son of the Heavenly Emperor, Di Wudao. Once you go to the Undying Realm, with the power of the Heavenly Court, Di Wudao might know of your existence not long after you reach the Undying Realm. You haven't become an emperor, but you enter the Undying Realm. Isn't that courting death? Moreover, the grudge between the Undying clan and your bloodline is too deep. The Undying clan's power in the Undying Realm is extremely huge. You will not be able to hide from the Undying clan when you reach the Undying Realm. At that time, the Undying clan will definitely make a move. As for the other forces that are against you, I won't talk about them. Just these 2 forces alone should be enough for you to know how terrifying they are. Lastly, the Undying Realm is far more complicated than you think. Instead of going there to seek the opportunity to become an emperor, it is more reliable to become an emperor in the 9 prefectures. Therefore, if you want to go to the Undying Realm, I will naturally not object, but you should only go there after becoming an emperor. The Demon Lord usually did not speak much. Now that he said so much to Lin Feng, it was naturally because he treated Lin Feng as one of his own. That was why he said so much to persuade Lin Feng. Lin Feng also knew that the Demon Lord was doing this for his own good. But Lin Feng did not want to continue waiting. The Undying Realm. It was indeed like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. But Lin Feng could not wait to go to that dragon's pool and tiger's den to explore. The Undying Realm. There were too many secrets waiting for Lin Feng to uncover. There were many doubts in his heart. Perhaps after reaching the Undying Realm, he would be able to find the answer. Lin Feng said, "Although the journey through space is long and dangerous, I believe that I should be able to protect myself with my own means. I will try my best to find opportunities while traveling in the starry skies and break through to the Great Emperor Realm. Once I break through to the Great Emperor Realm in the starry skies, I will enter the Undying Realm. How about this?" The Demon Lord thought for a moment before replying, "All right." Now, the Demon Lord had become a man of few words. Space travel. It was going to be a long journey. Although he knew the starry sky map of the Undying Realm, however, the starry sky world was not immutable. The starry sky world. It was constantly changing. It was just that he did not know if the ancient starry sky map that had been passed down in the past could still find the Undying Realm, but it didn't matter if he could find it or not. They all needed to try before they could know what the final result would be. Lin Feng naturally couldn't bring so many of his women with him on this trip. His future was uncertain. The road ahead was unknown. Leaving them in the 9 regions to cultivate should be the best choice. The world of the 9 prefectures changed drastically, from decline to prosperity. Right now, it was already a holy land for cultivation. As such, Lin Feng wasn't worried about Shangguan Fair and the rest cultivation. If he could gain a foothold in the Undying Realm in the future, he could bring Shangguan Fair and the rest to the Undying Realm. Before leaving, Lin Feng went to Old Monster Mo's place. "If I leave, Senior, how will you contact me?" Lin Feng asked. Master Turtle had told Lin Feng before. After he cultivated the 8-9 arcane art to the peak level, he could ask Old Monster Mo to tell him what to do. If Lin Feng left, Lin Feng was worried that Old Monster Mo wouldn't be able to contact him. Old Monster Mo said, You can leave without worry. I have a way to contact you. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Then, Lin Feng went to visit some elders or old friends. For example, the Mu family's patriarch, the Great Rock King, the Peacock King, the Fire Crow Taoist, the Stone Puppet King, and the others. He also went to visit the Patriarch of Destruction. However, everything within 100 miles of the immortal ancient mausoleum was covered by powerful restrictive spells. Lin Feng couldn't see the Patriarch of Destruction. Are these restrictions related to the Patriarch of Destruction? I wonder how the Patriarch of Destruction is now. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. There was a deep relationship between the Patriarch of Destruction and Lin Feng, and the Patriarch of Destruction was in danger of being cursed. Lin Feng was very worried. However, he couldn't help the Patriarch of Destruction fight against those terrifying curses. Lin Feng sighed and left the immortal ancient cemetery. Then, he returned to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. After bidding farewell to his woman and the people of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, Lin Feng brought Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the two ghost emperors to the Tianwu continent. At the same time, Lin Feng brought along Long Wuxin, who had become a living corpse. Even Wu Tianchong couldn't cure Long Wuxin's goo poison. Wu Tianchong said, the one who started the trouble needed to end it. He wanted to help Long Wuxin dispel the goo poison. He also needed to find Long Wushuang to help. Thus, Lin Feng brought Long Wuxin and planned to head to the Palace of Cold Blood. Of course, other than helping Long Wuxin dispel the goo poison, Lin Feng had another reason for heading to the Tianwu continent. Lin Feng was a cultivator born and raised in the Tianwu continent. Tianwu continent. There were too many memories that were hard to part with. Before leaving, Lin Feng wanted to take a good look at the mountains and rivers of the Tianwu continent. Moreover, now that Lin Feng's cultivation had increased, he planned to take a look at a few places of death. It was said that there were huge secrets hidden in the Deathlands. However, no one could explore those secrets. Anyone who dared to explore the secrets of the Deathlands, in the end, they would often die miserably in the Deathlands. Lin Feng wanted to explore a few more Deathlands. He wondered if he could find out some secrets about the Deathlands. After returning to the Tianwu continent, Lin Feng first went to Huangling Er's burial ground and lit an incense stick for Huangling Er. Looking at Huangling Er's lonely grave, Lin Feng felt a faint sense of sadness in his heart. Ling Er, I'm here to see you. I'm about to leave the 9 provinces for the Undying Realm. I don't know when I'll come to see you again. Lin Feng said until here. His voice was choked with emotions. He did not continue speaking. He would never forget Huangling Er's appearance. But now, the beauty had passed away. Only sadness remained. After leaving Huangling Er's grave, Lin Feng flew towards the direction of the Palace of Cold Blood. Palace of Cold Blood. In the deepest part of the Arctic snowfield. It was just that he did not know how the Palace of Cold Blood was doing now. The Tianwu continent had already become a holy land for cultivation. Many sects had prospered. However, the most eye-catching sect in the Tianwu continent was the Azure Dragon Institute of the Eastern Divine Region, because the Azure Dragon Institute was where Lin Feng started. Now, there were many places in the Tianwu continent. There were temples dedicated to Lin Feng. Every day, countless people went to pay their respects to Lin Feng. And countless cultivators in the Tianwu continent viewed Lin Feng as their idol. On the way to the Palace of Cold Blood, Lin Feng passed by the Eastern Divine Region. Chapter 3273. Back then, he had joined the Azure Dragon Institute from the small Jialan Academy. This was an important symbol of Lin Feng's journey from a small and remote city to the vast world of cultivators. Who would have thought, in just a few short decades after that stubborn youth left Jialan City, he had actually grown to such a terrifying realm? The news of the 9 Provinces War had long spread to the Sky Martial continent. Knowing that the experts of the 10,000 races, foreign races, and other foreign forces were almost completely annihilated, the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent were also jubilant. Currently, the Sky Martial continent was flourishing. This made Lin Feng very gratified. This was the world he wished to see. On the way to the Azure Dragon Institute, Lin Feng saw many people rushing to the Azure Dragon Institute. There were young people who were traveling in groups. There were also young disciples who were being escorted by their families. Many people were excitedly discussing the Azure Dragon Institute. People were talking about Lin Feng. Whenever Lin Feng was mentioned, whether it was the older people or the younger ones, they would all be extremely excited. Lin Feng was a cultivator born and raised in the Sky Martial continent. He was like a dazzling star that illuminated the world. Moreover, Lin Feng had driven away the 10,000 races, foreign races, and other foreign forces that had invaded the Sky Martial continent. He had restored peace to the Sky Martial continent. Thus, countless people in the Sky Martial continent viewed Lin Feng as a great hero in their hearts. And among the girls of the Sky Martial continent, there was even a widespread saying, "If you want to marry, marry the Lin family." The Lin family referred to Lin Feng. The meaning of this sentence was that if a woman wanted to marry, she had to marry a man like Lin Feng. From this, it could be seen how high Lin Feng's status was in the Sky Martial continent. He was not only the goal of countless male cultivators, he was also the unparalleled hero of countless female cultivators' dreams. During the Great War, the ancient cities in the divine continent of the East Province had basically been destroyed. Thus, the Azure Dragon Institute was no longer in its original location. Now, the Azure Dragon Institute's master, Dongfang Zhentian, had found a place where the 9 dragon veins gathered. This was a good place. The place where the dragon veins gathered could continuously devour the chi of heaven and earth. It could protect the sect. That way, the sect could continue to develop. Lin Feng, the poison ancestor, the evil Zun Saint, and the 2 ghost emperors flew through the forest towards the Azure Dragon Institute. Moan! Suddenly, at this moment, the roar of a dragon came from a huge mountain range. Many people were attracted to it. Next, endless lava erupted from a volcano in the depths of the mountain range. In the magma world, a huge monster appeared. It was a giant flaming snake. Now, it had grown dragon horns and 4 limbs. This flaming serpent seemed to want to transform into a dragon. Under normal circumstances, all snake-type creatures would first transform into flood dragons. Then, the flood dragon transformed into a dragon. Of course, there were also some snake-type creatures that couldn't transform into flood dragons. Instead, he directly transformed into a dragon. I can't believe I actually encountered a giant flaming snake transforming into a dragon. This is truly a rare occurrence. Many people couldn't help but exclaim, "Fire serpent!" His aura soared to the heavens. This caused the unobjectionable cultivators to involuntarily reveal aghast expressions. So, in the distance, a woman flew over with a huge bow in her hand. That huge bow was extraordinary. It contained an endless amount of killing power. That woman, dressed in white, she was as otherworldly as an immortal. She directly pulled the bow and shot an arrow. The energy of heaven and earth from all directions quickly gathered. Then, it condensed into an energy arrow and shot towards the giant flaming serpent that was transforming into a dragon. "It's not a human. It should be a starry sky race," Du Zhu said, because there was a special rune between the woman's eyebrows. That was a symbol of the starry sky race. But it was unknown what race the woman was from. Whether it was the 9 regions or the Tianwu continent, there were naturally some cultivators from the starry sky world who had yet to leave. This group of people might be very confident in themselves, or they might hide it very well, or there might be some other reasons. Thus, they did not leave. The woman in front of him was most likely one of them. Puff. The energy arrow shot by the woman was incomparably terrifying, directly piercing through the body of the giant flaming serpent. Screech. The giant flaming serpent let out an incomparably mournful cry. Following that, the giant flaming serpent spat out fireballs one after another, blasting towards the woman. But that woman's cultivation was very strong. Her speed was also very agile. She dodged the giant flaming serpent's attacks again and again. Then, she continued to pull the bow and shoot 9 arrows in a row. She wanted to shoot the giant flaming serpent to death. The giant flaming serpent was naturally not a match for this woman and could not help but let out a wail. Just as the giant flaming serpent was about to be shot to death by the woman, In front of the giant flaming serpent, the air trembled slightly. A figure appeared. The person who appeared was Lin Feng. Lin Feng flicked his finger. Clang, clang, clang. The 9 arrows were completely shattered. Why did you stop me? Could it be that you want to snatch the prey from this young lady? The woman looked angrily at Lin Feng. It's extremely difficult for a giant snake to transform into a dragon. You shouldn't have harmed its life, Lin Feng said indifferently. Then, he glanced at the woman and said, the cultivators of the Starry Sky race should leave the Tianwu continent as soon as possible. This is not a place where you should stay. Humph. The world is so big. This young lady can go wherever she wants. The woman snorted coldly, looking extremely arrogant. This woman most likely had an extraordinary background and was arrogant because she was pampered. However, her appearance was extremely outstanding. Hee. Duzu laughed strangely and said, Young master, do you want to capture this girl and make her your personal servant? Shameless. The woman pulled the bow and was about to shoot at Duzu. This was because she understood the meaning behind Duzu's words. Naturally, she was furious. At this moment, a beautiful woman stepped out of the void and grabbed the woman's wrist. Master. The woman quickly bowed to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman nodded and looked at Lin Feng, saying, Just now, my disciple did not know the severity of the matter and offended young master. I apologize to young master on behalf of my disciple. This time, I came to the Tianwu continent and am only passing by. I will be staying for a short while and will be leaving soon. The beautiful woman had a voluptuous figure. She was a top-grade beauty. Moreover, her aura was strong. She should be an emperor with a high cultivation realm. Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of peerless beauties. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at the beautiful woman. What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't dig out your eyeballs? The beautiful woman's disciple had a fiery temper, glaring fiercely at Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored her. He nodded at the beautiful woman. Then, he stepped into the void and walked in the direction of the Azure Dragon Institute. Duzu, the evil sovereign saint, and the 2 ghost emperors followed closely behind Lin Feng. The 5 of them disappeared without a trace. The beautiful woman's charming eyes were fixed on Lin Feng's departing figure. Chapter 3274. After the beautiful woman and the man left, the surrounding people began to discuss among themselves. Who are these people? They seem to be quite powerful. The one with the weakest cultivation should be the woman who tried to kill the flaming snake with the bow, right? How powerful is the flaming snake after transforming into a dragon? That woman was actually able to kill the flaming snake. That shows how powerful she is. There's no need to talk about the rest. That young master seems to be a cultivator from the Tianwu continent. He's quite handsome. I wonder if he has a lover? Didn't she say that she wouldn't marry anyone other than Lin Feng? What? Now that she's taken a fancy to another outstanding young master, she's starting to act like a love-struck fool? Who's acting like a love-struck fool? I'm just curious. Lin Feng naturally couldn't hear these discussions. What happened before? He didn't take it to heart. He saved the flaming snake because Lin Feng didn't want to see a flaming snake that was about to transform into a dragon get killed just like that. He didn't think too much about anything else. Master, why did you apologize to those people? Who does that brat think he is? Is he worthy of Master's apology? The white-clothed woman said unhappily. She was very young. Perhaps it was because she was too young. Thus, she was also incomparably arrogant and had a high and mighty attitude. The beautiful woman said, There's always someone better. That young master isn't an ordinary person. Perhaps master has made a mistake at times. The white-clothed woman said. The beautiful woman said, There are 4 great emperors by his side. Furthermore, those 4 great emperors clearly respect him very much. The great emperor who spoke called him young master. For a great emperor to call him young master, can you imagine how extraordinary his identity is? The white-clothed woman was surprised, because she couldn't see the cultivation of Duzu and the others. After the baptism of the war in the 9 states, Duzu and the others' cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. They had all broken through to the immortal Emperor realm. As for the evil sovereign sage, his cultivation had risen to the peak of the immortal Emperor realm. The great emperors of the 9 states were different from the great emperors of other places. It wasn't just because the great emperors of the 9 states were stronger than the great emperors of other places. There was another point. The great emperors of the 9 states seemed to break through much faster than the great emperors of other places. As for the reason, no one could explain it. Maybe that guy is just a rich second young master. I've seen a lot of this kind. Although he has a superpower backing him, he doesn't have much strength himself, said the woman in white clothes. She seemed to remember that Lin Feng had blocked her attack, and now they were saying that Lin Feng didn't have much strength. He wished he could find Lin Feng and compete with him. Many hidden experts and the 5 ancestors of the myriad races have died here. When you are in the 9 prefectures, try to keep a low profile and not cause any trouble. Master had never been so serious with her before. Yes, your disciple will remember, the white-clothed woman hurriedly said. Her hatred for Lin Feng deepened, because she felt the reason her master spoke to her in such a serious tone was entirely because of Lin Feng. 3 days later, Lin Feng arrived at the Azure Dragon Institute. Looking from afar, inside the forest, dragon chi roiled and purple clouds spat out. It was truly a cultivation holy land. In the forest surrounding the Azure Dragon Institute, crowds of people had gathered. Lin Feng recalled the scene when he first joined the Azure Dragon Institute. He couldn't help but smile. These people, they were about to face the Azure Dragon Institute's harsh assessment. Those who could stay. After all, they were only a small portion. The majority, they would probably be eliminated. At this time, more than a dozen cultivators flew out from the Azure Dragon Institute. The one leading them was an old man. The old man shouted, "Students and family members who came to participate in the assessment, please follow this old man to the square to register. The assessment will begin in 3 days." The moment the old man's voice fell, in an instant, the grand array was activated. The surrounding young disciples who came to participate in the assessment, as well as their family members, rushed into the Azure Dragon Institute. After entering the Azure Dragon Institute, there was a huge square. On top of that huge square, there was a statue standing tall in front of him. That statue, it was a young man. That young man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, handsome and extraordinary. There was a faint smile on his face. That faint smile, it was like the warm sunlight in winter, warming people's hearts. Lin Feng, quickly look, it's Lin Feng's statue. Someone pointed at the statue. Countless people looked at the statue on top of the square. This is the first time I've seen Lin Feng's statue. Lin Feng is so handsome. Marrying should be marrying the Lin family's son. I really want to marry Lin Feng. Many young girls couldn't help blushing, exclaiming excitedly. Looking at Lin Feng's statue, their eyes were filled with deep adoration, whereas the male cultivators were looking at Lin Feng, similarly excited. They finally saw the legendary existence. Their emotions surged. How they wanted to be like Lin Feng, able to move unhindered between heaven and earth. To become a peerless hero. Guys, look, that person looks like Lin Feng. Suddenly, someone pointed in the distance. Many people looked over. Then, everyone's face revealed an extremely shocked expression, because they saw the young master walking toward the depths of the Azure Dragon Institute. His appearance was almost identical to Lin Feng. It's him. He saved a giant flame serpent that was transforming into a dragon in the forest outside. That's right. I saw it too. This person's cultivation is extremely terrifying. He wouldn't be Lin Feng, right? Many people exclaimed excitedly. Even more than a dozen elders revealed shocked and excited expressions when they saw Lin Feng. You guys wait here. I'll go report to the Institute Lord. The great elder in charge of the recruitment said excitedly. Then, he quickly left. Soon, the news of Lin Feng's return to the Azure Dragon Institute spread like wildfire. The entire Azure Dragon Institute was in an uproar. Countless people wanted to see Lin Feng, this legendary existence. And at this time, in the depths of the Azure Dragon Institute, beautiful flute music sounded. The flute music contained the sound of the great Tao. This song was called the Nine Immortals Meditation Song. Playing for Lin Feng, everyone was immersed in the beautiful flute music. Their mood was no longer impetuous. When the song ended, countless people felt as if they were baptized by the great Tao. Everyone benefited immensely. Chapter 3275. Inside the main hall, everyone sat down. Many of Lin Feng's old friends were here. For example, Lin Feng's array formation teacher, Sun Tiantu, in the Indigo Institute. Vice Principal Gong Yang and the others were also in the Azure Dragon Institute. Now, they were working in the Azure Dragon Institute. Together, they rebuilt the Azure Dragon Institute. Other than that, the former Azure Dragon Institute principal, many Grand Elders, and others were also present. After the song ended, everyone came back to their senses from that mysterious state. Sun Tiantu said with relief, "Feng Er's song. It's really beautiful, calming one's heart." Tianxian said, "Knowing that Feng Er has returned, many people went crazy. Countless people seem to have gone crazy, so I can use this song to calm everyone down. I hope it can help them. Cultivation still requires a calm heart," Lin Feng said. After everyone dispersed, Lin Feng and Sun Tiantu were alone. Sun Tiantu led Lin Feng into the path of a spirit array master. If there was no Sun Tiantu in the past, perhaps there wouldn't be the current Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng was incomparably grateful and respectful towards Sun Tiantu. "Teacher, how have you been these years?" Lin Feng asked. "Everything is good. I can see the prosperity of the Sky Martial Continent. All the major forces are living in harmony. My heart is comforted," Sun Tiantu said. Said Lin Feng. "Indeed, that's what I'm looking forward to." Lin Feng then took out a storage ring. There were many cultivation resources inside, as well as an emperor weapon that Lin Feng had snatched from an emperor. In the previous battle, Lin Feng had snatched 5 emperor weapons. 3 of them were left for Shangguan Feier, and the others to protect themselves. He still had 2 on him. One was called the Mysterious Dowbell. The other was called the Netherworld Blade. Lin Feng gave Sun Tiantu the Netherworld Blade. "Teacher, please accept these things as a token of appreciation from this disciple." Lin Feng handed the storage ring to Sun Tiantu. "Keep these things for yourself," Sun Tiantu said. He revealed a gratified expression and said, "It's good that you think of me in your heart. Leaving these things to me would be a waste." Sun Tiantu's cultivation base had just reached the God realm. After the great change in heaven and earth, his cultivation did not advance too quickly. It wasn't that Sun Tiantu wasn't talented enough. Instead, it was because he had spent most of his time studying formations. As such, there wouldn't be much time for cultivation. Naturally, it was difficult for his cultivation to improve quickly. Everyone's energy was limited. It was difficult to do many things at the same time. A heaven-defying genius like Lin Feng. After all, there were too few people who could take care of so many things. How could it be a waste? This disciple still hopes that in the future, teacher can also step into the emperor realm and attain immortality, Lin Feng said. Sun Tiantu finally nodded. He put the things away. That night, when they were resting, suddenly, a demonic wind blew. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He came to the door. He opened the door. He saw a giant flaming dragon floating in the demonic wind. That giant flaming dragon was transformed from the giant flaming snake from before. After seeing Lin Feng appear, the giant flaming dragon directly spewed out a ball of flame. In that ball of flame, it was wrapped in something. That thing. It turned out to be a fire lotus. When he saw the fire lotus, Lin Feng was very surprised. The fire dragon flew over. It offered the fire lotus. Was it here to repay the kindness? Lin Feng accepted the fire lotus, and the fire dragon's huge body stretched out. Then, it quickly flew into the distance. Its speed was as fast as lightning. It swept up endless demonic wind and soon disappeared from sight. The fire dragon left. Lin Feng returned to his room. He carefully observed the lotus that the fire dragon gave him. After some research, Lin Feng discovered that fire lotus was very special. It had a total of 9 petals, and each petal had a dragon pattern on it. Those dragon patterns were connected together. It looked like a giant flaming dragon. What kind of lotus is this? Lin Feng was very surprised. This was the first time he had seen this kind of lotus. He didn't know the origin of this lotus. This is the Holy Fire Dragon Lotus, an extremely rare holy lotus. Legend has it that the lotus seed of the Holy Fire Dragon Lotus is one of the best treasures of heaven and earth to cultivate the dragon race. If a dragon race creature swallows the lotus seed of the Holy Fire Dragon Lotus, their cultivation will increase greatly. And the most important thing is not the increase in cultivation, but the increase in potential. The Holy Fire Dragon Lotus can stimulate the dragon race's potential, greatly increase the dragon race's talent, and even stimulate the dragon race creature to awaken the dormant dragon race's ancestral bloodline. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect this lotus to have such an extraordinary origin and use. This lotus was really too amazing. The giant flaming dragon didn't use it himself, but offered it to him. This made Lin Feng very surprised. I guess it might have felt the aura of the dragon egg from you. In addition, the giant flaming dragon is grateful to you for saving its life. Therefore, it offered the sacred object. The Demon Lord continued. The dragon egg was obtained by Lin Feng in the mysterious temple of the demon race's holy land. The dragon egg he obtained was extremely extraordinary. Lin Feng had always wanted to hatch that dragon egg. However, that dragon egg showed no signs of hatching. When the Demon Lord tried to touch the dragon egg, it was directly sent flying by the dragon egg. From this, one could see how extraordinary this dragon egg was. Lin Feng and the Demon Lord even suspected that this dragon egg might be the dragon egg of the ancestor dragon. Yes, we can use the lotus seed of the Holy Fire Dragon Lotus to cultivate that mysterious dragon egg. I wonder if it can hatch that dragon egg? Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Even if it couldn't hatch that mysterious dragon egg, as long as it could make that mysterious dragon egg show signs of hatching, it could be considered to have played a huge role. Lin Feng reached out and lightly touched the Holy Fire Lotus. Suddenly, the petals of the Holy Fire Lotus began to scatter to the sides. In the blink of an eye, the refinement of the Holy Fire Lotus had completely scattered. There were a total of 9 ripe fiery red lotus seeds inside. Lin Feng moved his divine thought. The dragon egg flew out of the mountain river ring. The dragon egg floated in midair. After sensing the aura of the Holy Fire Lotus seed, waves of violent fluctuations were emitted from the dragon egg. Lin Feng had already sacrificed a drop of blood to the dragon egg before. Therefore, he had already formed a close connection with the dragon egg. At this moment, Lin Feng felt the emotions of the dragon egg. It was an extremely excited emotion. Lin Feng took out a lotus seed. Then, he hurriedly refined the lotus seed into the purest form of energy. And that pure energy, it was directly swallowed by the suction force emitted from the dragon egg. After swallowing the energy of the Holy Fire Lotus seed, dense dragon patterns suddenly appeared on the surface of the dragon egg shell. Every dragon pattern seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. There were a total of 99 dragon patterns. Chapter 3276. Why do these dragon patterns contain such terrifying energy? Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly used runes to seal the world. The powerful runes completely sealed the room. The terrifying aura of the dragon patterns didn't spread out. If the terrifying aura of the dragon patterns spread out, who knew how serious the consequences would be? At that time, countless people would probably be shocked to death by the aura of the dragon patterns. These dragon patterns are too ancient. I've never seen such ancient and complicated dragon patterns. The Demon Lord couldn't help but take a deep breath when he saw the dragon patterns. When he first obtained this dragon egg, the dragon egg also had dragon patterns on it. But at that time, there weren't as many dragon patterns as there were now, and they weren't as powerful as the current dragon patterns. And at that time, the dragon patterns were quickly withdrawn and disappeared. Lin Feng didn't have a way to study it in detail. Now, after absorbing the energy of the flame lotus seed, so many dragon patterns appeared. It was really unbelievable. It was shocking. One had to know. Now, The power of these dragon patterns hadn't been released. They had only released some of their aura. It was already so terrifying. If the power of the dragon patterns was released, how terrifying would it be? Think about it. They all felt that it was inconceivable. At this time, Lin Feng felt a strong emotion being emitted from the dragon egg. It was an emotion of desire. Dragon egg. It was extremely eager to continue devouring the energy of the flame lotus seed. The flame lotus seed was indeed one of the holy items to nurture the dragon race. It seemed that it could play an extremely important role in the dragon egg. Lin Feng took out the second flame lotus seed. Then, he refined the second flame lotus seed. The pure energy of the second flame lotus seed was quickly devoured by the dragon egg. After devouring the second flame lotus seed's pure energy, Su Qin's eyes lit up. The dragon egg emitted an even more intense fluctuation and excitement. The little dragon in the dragon egg seemed to have woken up. Is it really the descendant of the ancestor dragon? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. This dragon egg was simply too extraordinary. If it was really the dragon egg of the ancestor dragon, in the future, after hatching successfully, it wouldn't become the fourth ancestor dragon, right? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but become extremely excited. He continued to help the dragon egg refine the flame lotus seed, the third flame lotus seed, the fourth flame lotus seed, the fifth flame lotus seed, the sixth flame lotus seed, the seventh flame lotus seed, the eighth flame lotus seed, the ninth flame lotus seed. The 9 flame lotus seeds were all refined by Lin Feng into pure energy. As for the pure energy, they were all devoured by the dragon egg. The aura of a dragon egg. It was becoming more and more powerful. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the dragon egg shell began to crack. Is it going to hatch? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He stared at the dragon egg without blinking. The dragon egg began to crack along the lines of the 99 dragon patterns. Numerous cracks could be seen. In the end, those cracks weren't completely cracked. The dragon tattoos disappeared one after another. It's still a little lacking, Lin Feng said. Eat, eat, eat. A childish voice came from inside the dragon egg. Little dragon's voice? Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Little dragon had yet to hatch, but it could already speak. What an amazing talent. Eat, eat, eat. Xiaolong repeated those words intermittently. This little guy obviously wanted to eat. Now, the flame lotus seed had been used up. Lin Feng took out a holy fruit that was more than 100,000 years old and refined it for the dragon egg to devour. Eat, eat, eat. Lotus, 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 lotus. Seed. Little dragon's childish voice continued to come out from the dragon egg. This little guy wasn't old. It knew a lot of things. The flame lotus seed was a holy object. There were a total of 9. They had all been devoured by the dragon egg. Where could Lin Feng find the flame lotus seed now? Lin Feng said, the flame lotus seed has been finished. Let's eat something else. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Little dragon's voice came out from the dragon egg again. Swish. There was a flash of light. The dragon egg disappeared. It returned to the mountain river ring by itself. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This little guy was really picky about food. It didn't even look at the holy fruit that was more than 100,000 years old. It seemed like this little guy's requirements for food were extremely high. This time, the dragon egg devoured a few flame lotus seeds, although the little guy had yet to be born. But this time, Lin Feng was still very happy because little dragon was not far from being born. Maybe he could find 1 or 2 more precious heavenly treasures. Little dragon would be able to hatch at that time. Lin Feng had always wanted to know if little dragon was the descendant of the ancestral dragon. At that time, everything would be revealed. The next day, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the 2 ghost emperors left the Azure Dragon Institute. They continued to head north. They headed to the extreme north to look for the Palace of Cold Blood. The extreme north was as cold as ever. Snow fell here all year round. The palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood, Long Wushuang, would only wake up once every 1,000 years. However, Lin Feng didn't mind waking Long Wushuang up. I wonder if Yuan Beixian is still in the extreme north? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. Back then, Lin Feng had gone to the extreme north to meet Yuan Beixian. He had also roughly understood the grudges between Yuan Beixian and Long Wushuang. Yuan Beixian had been staying in the extreme north, perhaps because he wanted to protect Long Wushuang. Under the curtain of night, Lin Feng saw the dilapidated courtyard amidst the white snow. It's a joy to have friends from afar. Yuan Beixian's voice sounded from the room. Ha 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 ha. Uncle Yuan, I specially brought a lot of good wine today. We must get drunk. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He pushed open the door. Inside the room, the main door faced a hall. There was a grill. There was a large pot on top of the grill. There were all kinds of meat in the pot. Yuan Beixian sat alone beside the grill, eating meat and drinking wine. When he saw Lin Feng enter, he smiled and said, "Coming at the right time is better than coming early. I had just started to take a sip or two, and you actually came over." Lin Feng laughed and said, "It seems like the heavens are destined to let me and Uncle Yuan get drunk tonight." Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the two ghost emperors also walked in. They surrounded the grill with Lin Feng. The six of them ate meat and drank wine. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.